Hey everybody, it is Cinnamon Cootie, your Art Sherpa, and today we're going to come together and paint this gorgeous still life scene. This still life has pumpkins, it's candles, it's floral, it's got a little feel of the Dutch masters. I'm not saying I'm a Dutch master, I'm just saying that it has a little feel. It took some influence from that. On the mic is my husband John, and
Hello.
he is going to be making sure that the cameras are pointing at what you guys are looking at. And that if you have a question and there's a moment in the show to ask it live, so your questions could get answered in this live show. So if you're here for the live, put your questions all in caps. Nobody will think that you are lying to us at all. You're going to notice a bunch of people who are referred to as butterflies or different colored butterflies, and they have wrenches.
They're shouting at us that they won't be shouting at us.
They're shouting at us that they won't be shouting at us.
Yeah.
And they're here not to be art cops or any of that. That's not actually why I have so many mods. My mods are here because of 2,500 videos, and most of the people that moderate have seen almost all of them. So when you have a question about like, how do you mix that or how do you do that, they can be like, oh, I know where that is. And so they're here to help you and support you and to make sure that you feel welcomed. They're not bossy bosses. They're like, hi, how are you? Can I help you find anything? So just know that our mods have a different vibe than you might have seen in mods if this is your first time here in other places. They're hosts, they're helpful guides, and they're volunteers. So please be super kind to them. I would really appreciate that. John's on the mic.
Hello.
I'm going to be breaking this down into steps. I'm going to go over the materials. I'm going to tell you why. Now, here's something I will talk to you. What will be different about my classes, and if you're looking for this, you just wandered into this. I'm going to be telling you a lot of why. Not just what I'm doing, but why I'm doing it. And so I said this to my kid this morning, and I want to say this to you because it's kind of a similar thing. It's my goal not to make you an artist as good as I am. It is my goal to create an artist that becomes as good as you can be. I want to help you reach that potential, even if that potential, like, say, were to surpass where I'm at right now. So that's why I'm always going to tell you why. I'm going to explain to you why you're actually learning how to paint here, okay? It is a painting party, and then I paint a thing, and you paint a thing, and I paint a thing, and then you paint a thing. But I think I was one of the first, like, art instructors that got hired into that industry, and I was like, let's teach these people to paint. So that's what we're doing. On today, we've got an 11 by 14 surface, and John's going to make me teeny tiny, put me in the corner. You do put baby in a corner here at the show, but this is my corner, and I picked it, so it's okay. Now, there's some weird stuff on the palette, but I will explain to you why it's there and what it is. First, let's go over the paint colors. There's burnt sienna. There is dioxazine purple. There's quinacridone magenta. This is lemon yellow Hansa. Any light yellow, lemon yellow, yellow light will work. Whenever they talk about a yellow being light, it's going to be in a blue grain range, and it will work where this is. So Hansa is real cheap though, guys. So lemon yellow Hansa is a cheap and wonderful way to get that color. Cad red medium. Cad yellow medium, and if you can see the difference between these two yellows, you're starting to train your eyes. Your eyes are starting to see color as it is. And this is really a secret in color mixing. I've got a phthalo blue, ultramarine blue, phthalo green, Mars black. This bloopy blop, that's a technical term here, bloopy blop, is satin glazing liquid. I was using gloss. The camera can't see the gloss, so I switched to satin. The performance of the product is the same. The finish is different. So one is shiny, deep, and one is matte. This is the one that's more matte, and so that's what we're using for the camera, but either works. What does it do? It slows down the drying time on my paint, and it lets me glaze. Now, I can buy products that slow down the drying time on my paint, right? Or I can buy a product that glazes, but it's really tough to get both of those things in one, which is why I use Golden Artist Colors glazing liquid. This bottle. Right there. Sometimes they change the packaging, but that's what you're looking for. You go out there, you buy another brand, it says glazing liquid, you bought a different product, it is a different performance. It dries quickly and it glazes, which is lovely, but you didn't buy that for that reason, so that's why I'm telling you. You're also going to see me use water in a mister. It's just a mister. Can't help speak my palette. This is a Stay Wet Masterson palette. I'm using Acrylic by Sennelier. Then up here you have zinc white. This is zinc white. Zinc white is transparent. If you don't have it, you could use a little mix of glazing liquid and titanium white to mimic or mock the effect. It will be a different painting experience. I do recommend having some of this type of white in there when you need to do transparent whites or mists or things, because it's really unique to to its effect. I love it, but you can dupe it that way. I'm going to break down how we lay this out. I will demo like laying in the objects step by step. There's a traceable though, so if you don't draw yet, good news, I'm probably going to start a drawing course.
Yeah. Well,
if you don't draw yet, good news. But until then, watch Proko, lovely instructor, Proko, and Mark Criley, of course. Old like Mark Criley, John. I just saw Mark Criley pop up in my feed, and that made me cry with joy. Do you know why? Mark Criley was one of the original artists on YouTube when I got on here. When I was deciding, am I just copying what everyone else is doing, or am I doing my own thing? And I realized at the time that, one, because Angela Anderson wasn't uploading, that there just wasn't a lot of women online outside of the Frugal Crafter teaching painting, and there wasn't anyone with like 3 kids having my life teaching painting like I do. Mark Criley was on before us. And he had some of the first viral art videos, and he was like amazing. He's incredible. He does great stuff for education on drawing. He's been having new viral videos.
That's fantastic.
If you guys think of me and your prayers and your thoughts and your wishes and your circles, whatever it is that you do, if you would put a wish into the universe that I have a little run of viral videos, I would appreciate it. In fact, that is the greatest patronage that you could do for me right now. Not because I need to be famous, but because it's the fuel for the YouTube engine. It means I don't have to work hard about worrying about YouTube. I only have to worry about you. So put that little wish into the ether for me. Boom! And also health and happiness for yourself. Step 1.
You ready for the first step?
We break this down into steps and timestamp it so you can find your way through. Step 1, I want you to divide your canvas in half vertically and horizontally with your mind. Okay?
My mind.
We're going to be talking about the canvas in an upper left quadrant, upper right quadrant, lower right quadrant, lower left quadrant. Now, I'm going to put this marking in on chalk when we finish the background area or kind of underpainting. But I just want you to mentally start thinking of the canvas in those sections, okay? The 11 by 14 surface. We're going to paint the whole surface. And I know I saw this question came up early. It was Jerry, I think, asked, what's the underpainting? And you know what, Jerry? I'm going to tell you the true story. I'm deciding that right now. And I have decided that it's burnt sienna. How did I make that decision? So I didn't have a lot of time ahead. And sometimes when you do things in more of a digital space, what'll happen is, that's an interesting thing I decided to do. I'm just putting out burnt brown paint. The first step is just to paint the whole canvas burnt sienna.
Okay.
I'm just being a silly goof. And putting a little love in the universe to you. I don't know if you've ever seen performance painters and they kind of throw paint on the canvas and they make a big giant mess, and then all of a sudden about halfway through, a painting starts to happen.
A painting emerges.
A painting emerges. But what that really is that this artist has painted a lot. They're probably fairly well trained, and they know that a certain amount of paint just has to be on the canvas, whether it's an underpainting, whether it's a value study, whether it's a bunch of splashes, just to make this thing even happen. I'm going to put out a little more. There is, on my 11 by 14 stretch canvas, this is just a stretch cotton canvas pre-gessoed. There's clearly a type of finish added to the gesso or something that causes it to pull back from the paint. Since the painting party industry made a lot of demand on art companies and stuff, I'm just telling you, they just have to meet more need than they ever have before. And they're shipping in from all over the world, and they have to prevent the cotton from rotting, I think is what it is. This is my theory. By the way, this is a theory. Don't go around repeating this as fact. Nobody in the industry said, yes, this is true. I know people in the industry. I've said this, and they stare at me blankly. So far, it's pretty locked down. I don't know what's true. But I'm testing them, guys. I'm asking them the hard questions. What you see me doing, going back and forth and up and down, is just making sure that the resistance that surface had to the paint is worked out in this layer. And then I can rinse this brush out, dry everything, and begin my blocking process, if you will. Now, let's dry it, though. Dry. Fully dry, completely dry all the way. Dry.
And it's important to dry because between in order to get the layers with acrylic paint, you've got to thoroughly dry. I don't know what she's doing there. Hey, Cinnamon. Let me see it. Or mic got, there it goes. There we go. So, there you go. Guys, thank you for joining us, being here with us. We're doing this crazy thing where we come out here and teach you guys painting. I'm going to adjust my camera while we're waiting here. And focus on the near side. We love doing this. This is what we do. Hang out here and be YouTube. My gosh, it's so wonderful that I forgot today was Saturday. I was like, is today Tuesday? And then I look over at all. Before I say it's a Tuesday, I should look over and see what it is. If you guys are getting bumped away for commercials, know that we're trying to keep the commercials to happen only during the hair drying breaks, well, as much as possible. See, YouTube's going to insert ads whether we like it or not, but if we put them in, then it puts a little timer where it's not supposed to put another one on for at least, like, I think it's 18 minutes. I don't know how long it's supposed to be, but it varies. They can adjust it. But they're not supposed to give you like back-to-back-to-back ones. So if we put one at the commercial break, then hopefully it's not going to put another one in there for at least a little while. So you can know that if you see one pop in there, don't worry about it. It's just a, normal thing that happens in the YouTube world. You're not going to miss anything because we try to stuff them on these little filler breaks to give me something to talk about between them.
Do you see this right here? Can you see this on camera?
Doop. I can.
All right, you see that wrinkle?
I see a wrinkle.
You guys want to know how you fix that free? You don't have to restretch the canvas.
How?
I'm going to flip this over.
Okay.
It'll be fixed by the end of the painting. Now, a lot of times this self-corrects as you paint, but if there's a good sealant on the front, the moisture can't get to the back of the duct and restretch it. Actually, I think it just did it already. Did you see it flatten out? I don't know if you saw it flatten. It's like magic. We got to figure out how to capture it. It's like magic.
I was adjusted for the front side of the surface.
And then I went and did the back side, and it was like okay, but we'll turn it around.
Surface.
We'll turn it around. That was just worth your time. If you see nothing else from me, know that I just saved you so much. See how that's pulled out now?
It just dropped.
And it will continue to stretch. This little bump here will be gone by the end. And if I'm concerned it won't be, all I have to do is flip it over. Like if I'm like, oh, it's too bumpy, you just push that little canvas out. Some people brush it with water on the back, which I suppose you could do. You don't need to do. It's not required.
It just needs to be moistened.
So what happens is that restretches the drum of the canvas. A lot of them come loose. It's a whole thing. And if you don't want them loose, that's how you fix it. You don't have to freak out. You can also repair torn canvases. I have a video on that. So just know the reason I'm like, oh, so relaxed about all this nonsense is because, like, it's fine.
Are you ready to go to the next step?
I am. We're going to redivide that canvas in half again. We're going to take this.
Just water, though, right? It was just water?
Huh?
You just use water?
Yeah, just water. Just water. Okay. Just clean water. If you're worried about mold in your area, you could use distilled water or boil your water. Okay, so I'm going to divide the canvas in half on the vertical and the horizontal. And that will put it into, all right, let's switch to paint. It's being that kind of a pain. I'm grabbing a little bit of white so you can see it. You use chalk. That's what I have here is kids. This is a Taylor's chalk tool. It's just chalk like on a chalkboard, and it's for sewing, but I really like it for what we do because it's drawable. And I like that. Okay, so I'm going to come here and I'm going to divide the canvas in half again. I'm going to do that vertically. And I like to switch. This tool I'm using is called a T-square. It is just a fancy way of saying a ruler that draws a super straight square line. But not one that I made a good mark on. Goodness gracious. There it is. Needed a better mark. I do get paint on my rulers. That does make them less effective. You should wipe them down with an alcohol wipe after every use. I forget. So this is a do as I say, not as I do scenario, my friends. And John will tell you, because if you try to clean it up later, you take the numbers off. If you wait till the paint is completely dry, you take the numbers off. But if you do it at the end of every paint session, you should be able to wipe it with a wet wipe and not take off the numbers and take off the paint. But if it's dry, by the time you can take off the paint, you've taken off the numbers too. All right. So we know that we have several objects on this painting we need to think about. And we're going to kind of talk about them in each of their spaces. This is how you can use relationship to the space on the canvas, to the outer edge of the canvas, and the objects to each other to lay out the image freehand. If you don't want to do that, there's a traceable, and you could just put it on right now while we're working and have a lovely time and talk with us and enjoy your transfer method. And then when you're done transferring the method traceable on, then you would go over it, the lines and paint to mimic what I'm sketching in. So I'm going to take a little bit of my black and brown because I will be able to see that on here, but it won't overwhelm me. And I'm going to say right here, just above the center point of my canvas, I'm going to make a little circle. Come down to about here. I'm going to come up to about here. I'm going to come over to about here. And there. And this is kind of, notice how I'm just doing this super light. How light am I being? I'm letting myself know, and I'm coming inside the area that I'm going to have. And I'm using black because you guys need to see it. Don't use black. Use, oh, did I forget to put out yellow ochre? You know why? Because it's not in my...
No?
It's missing from my tub.
Oh.
That's why I didn't put it out.
Need yellow
That's
ochre?
okay. I will get through.
Okay.
I'm okay.
Yeah,
I'm a pro.
Right.
It makes things easy, but...
You just let me know. Like,
I do want it for the candle.
Okay,
We'll get there in a second.
Okay.
Okay. Now up from this, right? You know that you're using yellow ochre or a lighter color yellow, something that will go away. And we're doing the lightest sketch or chalk. That would be great. I'm going to put a little bit of a circle right there. Now I know, and I'm going to also put some gestures. So when I'm not working with you guys and I'm just working, I don't care if it's in SketchUp or Adobe on Canvas in a sketchbook, it doesn't really matter. There is a process where you kind of like think about an idea and you sketch it loosely in this way. Like one of the things I can do here is I can tell myself little bits of information about how my petals are curving out. See how I can do? Then I know about that flower. Later I got to put it in. Cool, no problem. I'm going to come up here. And I'm using the relationship of these objects to each other. Can you see that? The diagonal. Oh, I guess, is there any way for me to... Nope, I'm going to vanish. But there's a diagonal on the two flowers. Can't make that work.
You can
Right?
see
And I know it's going to come out about here. So I know this is going to be up here. And that's relationship to that.
You can see.
Then I'm going to come over here. And let's talk about the top of our pumpkin is above the line, the center line, and it's a little bit in the upper right and the lower right. And then the low bit of the pumpkin is going to be also about halfway down here. And so my first thing is I'm going to draw and kind of give myself just a, oh my goodness, just a thought, right, of where this pumpkin is. And I can even, you know, be like, oh, you could be coming over here. And then I know next to this pumpkin, right, is another little smaller pumpkin. And here's what's good news for you if you're not comfortable drawing. Pumpkins are crazy.
Really?
There's so many shapes. You can squish it, you can elongate it, you can make it round and flat. I mean, they can have bumples. They're so wild. So get the techniques, get the things that make a pumpkin essentially a pumpkin. You don't have to worry about this roundness. It's more about the segmentation and the stem and the way that they shade that makes them pumpkiny and the color. So sometimes when we're working, we can be like, you know, I think there's a little forgiveness here for me, and you don't have to be so perfect or specific. Now, the top of this pumpkin is up here. Has a nice little gesture to the stem that kind of comes out like that, which I really, really like.
That little
I think you will notice that. And I can think about my segmenting here using these lines too if I want to. All right, so we have segments. Now we know we've got a little segment of this pumpkin coming down here. So I'll draw it first. This is my focal segment. I want you to think about pumpkins. That first round bumple that's most direct to you, that's the focal segment. So when you see the best, it's where your eye will focus first and go, pumpkin. So your brain's going to play this game with this painting. Because believe it or not, these objects are in no way here. All of this is just an illusion. And so your brain is playing a game where it's trying to guess the object. And so it's going to scream pumpkin as soon as it recognizes it. And so it's going to start focusing here and then go, I see a segment, 2 more segments. Oh, that's a pumpkin. If it's orange too, nailed. You paint the blue pumpkin, you got to really nail the shape, but you paint an orange pumpkin, just generalization will get you there. Now, this one also has a top on the top up here.
Pumpkin generalizations.
Pumpkin generalizations, right? So I'm going to make a little ellipse. And then I'm going to come up here. This is a little stem, and stems are strong. You got to really make sure you're painting those bases like you've thought about it a little bit. Right? And we know we've got shadow and everything underneath here. Candlestick. In a second candlestick. There's another nice little flower right here. I like to think about the flower sometimes. And actually, I just did that one wrong. So I'm going to move its little... I'm going to erase a bit. See how I just use water and a brush, and then I can come back with a paper towel. That's why I feel pretty confident sketching in paint, because I'm like, just take it out if I don't like it. And it doesn't matter if it's streaky or a hot mess, because I'm painting over everything. These things are just not that important. Yeah, right about here. Down a little bit. And then we've got kind of off that pumpkin, and there's a bit of a nice little flower here. I'm just reminding myself where those lines might go. See how I'm already getting the faces of the flowers, the direction that they are,
Oh, yeah,
even though I'm not.
The facing of the flowers.
Show you a trick.
All right, let's see here.
So here's a flower face, right?
Hold on, I have to adjust for your... Whenever you go to the white, it have to adjust.
I can use a black pen.
No, it's okay. I just need to do this.
I'll do a brush pen. So there's the center of a flower, right? So if the petals here are all short and close, right? But as they go out, they become longer, right? Whatever petals they are, it doesn't really matter. Look how quickly I can sketch that in, and it just... The reason that we call them flower faces...
It's because you can see their faces. They're pretty faces.
So the reason you can tell that they're flowers is because certain structures on flowers are so consistent, and we have such a large visual catalog. We can face a flower like if a flower is facing down, you wouldn't even see the center, would you?
Mm.
So you can sort of think of a flower as an ellipse and an ellipse, right? And depending on where those petals are and how much of that flower you see, you can start to play with, maybe these are in the background, but this is like, see how it foreshortened that flower?
Yeah.
These are little thought processes, how we think as artists to understand and know things. Sit in your garden, mentally draw the different faces of the flowers that you see there. Where would you find the center? What's their shape? Is it a circle? Is it a bowl? What is it? Those are the things that you want to think about a little bit.
Nice.
Still too much water on my brush because I just rinsed out. That's fine. Just need to know where you are, and you are here.
Where you are and you
All
are.
right, so I know where he's here. Now,
Okay.
the candle is definitely, I'm using my T-square again for sure. Let's set the width. I like to set the width of candles as close to a ruler as I can.
We're staying on the same step here because we're still
Yeah,
just
we're
drawing
sketching
off.
in.
That's what I thought. I just want to make sure.
We're sketching in. So the top of the flame, if you look at it, is not that far from the top of the canvas. So let's say the very point of the flame is there, and then we're going to come down a little bit and say that's the flame. And so right below this is going to be this head of the candle, right? The top of it. I tend to curl that. Now, knowing where that is, I can use my ruler, which is pretty wide, and pull this down. Right. So now I have these straight lines. I've just got my pillar. And it can be challenging to get your pillar, right?
Yeah. Candles.
Candles, pillars, all that stuff can be challenging. Now, interestingly enough, a lot of this is actually the base. So I'm going to come up a bit from what I know is coming off this line and bring a little line in, bring a little line in, and then bring a little line out, and bring a little line out. What you see me doing is symmetry.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Just making it even there on both sides.
Yeah. Then I'm going to come down what is ostensibly the center, right? So if you look at this, right, how wide it is, it's like an inch and a half. So it's the 3/4. Oh, did I just do math?
Oh, you did.
You're in for a treat today. The whole brain is working. I'm going to use this straight line as a way to make sure that my symmetry on my candle does not get lost.
Ah.
Because if I do it on this side, I have to do it on the other side. So I can come through here and I can be like, okay. That's how I did I don't know. Do they turn the metal ones, do you think?
Some are spun, some are turned, some are cast.
I'm bringing that next ball down.
It used to be that there was this stuff called spun pewter, which is where they would just take pewter, and it was, as you said, you just had a big machine. They would turn it on, and it would spin it. And because pewter's semi-malleable, it could just go and make it really cool stuff. Neat old school stuff.
It's neat old school stuff. I agree. So what I'm doing is I'm just getting a sense of this candle. And I may have to change like some of the relationships, right? So if right here there's a ball, and another thing I can do is I can come here and center balls off of that base, which I think is how I initially did it. So I'm going to go back to that strategy. So once I have my center line, we don't rely on the floral and fauna to get us through it.
Yeah.
We will have some of this covered with floral and fauna, but even so, you still have to have an understanding or sense of how this structure is built. No matter how many leaves you're putting over it, or it will look wrong. And I'm telling you, even doing it right, it sometimes can look off. So now here, if I want this just to go away, I can kind of come back with some brown. Now, I know I might be painting this in a little differently later, but I just need to know where that object is. Okay. That's essentially, we have some leaves over here. We have some stuff over here. We do have a major structure leaf kind of coming, through here. Right? In different places. But it's kind of a focal curve, and it'll go over a pumpkin. Then the other lines that we have to set are, there's a line at the front, which is the wood. And I think I'm going to come here. I don't want to use my whole ruler. Again, if you do the traceable, just follow the lines that you have, you're good. Doesn't matter that happened. Now, coming up, I would say right about here, yeah, on everything is our table line. Gonna fix that. Don't know what, see why I'm just straight line challenged. But there we go. So everything above here is the background. And we have a light source here. You don't need to make these marks. I just need you to understand this.
You're just
But it's a weak
sketching
one.
it in there for it.
This is a weak light source, right?
Right. It's not.
And then there's another light source that we see here. So we have two light sources. And we have to address that there's a top-down light that is lighting and a candle light that's a weak light source, but strong enough to also contribute to the reflections.
Oh.
So you don't have to have arrows. I just wanted y'all to understand what it was.
Helps you.
Huh?
It just helps you give them reference.
Yeah, helps me have reference, and let's not now dry everything because you don't want to smear black arrows over the whole world.
Okay.
Sorry if I made I feel like I hear echo.
I'll listen. Because
Okay.
I have neutralizing headphones on, so for those of you who had to step away for the break, I apologize, but that YouTube forces people to do that sometimes. But thank you for being here. We love seeing all of the wonderful painty people in the audience with us today. You're welcome to check out our website, and it has all sorts of cool resources. It's improving every day. We got new stuff happening up there. We have a new e-commerce store that, man, we are working hard on that e-commerce store.
Oh my gosh, aren't we?
Yeah, all the time we got new stuff going up there. I really, it's been a huge learning curve for us to sort of take that on and be learning about it. And I have to say, we're really happy at how well it's going. And hopefully we're going to be able to keep doing cool stuff with it.
Well, I hope so.
So,
all right, I'm going to use
ready for your next step?
Yeah. I'm going to use a Bright. This is a number 18 D'Artagnan Raphael brush. In other words, the brush maker is Raphael. The line in the brush is D'Artagnan, and it is a number 20 Bright. And they get a little bit wet because it's hog bristles, and I'm going to dry it off on my towel, and we're going to start kind of thinking about the background. It's dark over here. It's kind of a blue-gray over here, right? So let's begin with just a little bit of, say, maybe a little black and blue together. And we're not going to go past our table line. It's going up and down. Actually, I might smidge it just so that I can reset the table line and everything can be tucked. As I'm going over and I'm just coming down, I go over the pumpkins. A smidge, guys. It's not a big deal. Just a smidge. I'm not erasing them. Notice that they are not erased. They're still there. Now, as I come through here, I'm going to come and add a little more of my white and a little more blue. All right, and just off here where I put that arrow, that's probably my strongest light source. Kind of come back into my dark colors. Now, I'm going to paint out my stem because it's in my mind, man. I'm not going to forget where it was. But
it's there.
You may have to be careful with your stem if you have trouble keeping a sense of where objects exist on your canvas. If I need to use glazing medium, I will. So the reason I use a little bit of paint on my backgrounds is that way I can go over my design sketch and still sort of see it as I'm painting around. It lets me have, that kind of creative thought.
I like this sort of streaky background. This is one of my favorite kinds because it's very painterly, I guess is the word for it.
That is the word for it. Painterly is the word for it. Painterly is a very fancy way of saying, I didn't hide how I did this. So as artists, sometimes we're hiding how we created something, and sometimes we're showing how we created something. And that should be not for ego, but for the result of the painting, right? So we should be picking things that benefit the result of our painting. So if we're hiding our materials, maybe that's because we're trying to create something that has hyper realism. That's realer than real life, right?
Realer than real.
Realer than real. Real, so real, right? And so we're trying to create that realer than real life. Well, I'm going to hide the paint that I used would definitely blow that illusion right out of the water, right? So the paint I'm going to use, I need to hide it. I have to use techniques and materials and media that hide what built the object.
Wow, that really came to just... It built some depth.
It goes fast. That part goes fast. I wish all the parts went fast, but it does go fast.
Judy was asking, could you just paint it, could you just paint the whole thing blue and then come back and do the traceable over the top of that?
If this would stress you out, yes.
But for some people, it may be easier because your paint may not cover that blue and black as well. So it's
right.
So it's easier to leave that there. So just know that, you could do that.
You can do that. But because we taught you how to think like artists, what I've given you is when we went through this lesson and I was showing you how everything related to itself and we laid it out or you put the traceable in, you now know where this flower is in relationship to that pumpkin, in relationship to these two pumpkins, in relationship to this candle.
It's in there.
I'm just leaving enough candle to be able to put my candle back. I know I'm going to hit I will need that ochre pretty soon, I think.
Okay, I'll see if I can get to that.
All right, I'm going to get a little bit of my white on here.
I can do some coffee warm-up while I'm doing that.
No, I would love some coffee warm-up.
You want your coffee warmed up? Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, me too. I know, me too. I'm just making sure that I've got some values right here because that's what I want. All right, and I do need yellow ochre. I'm not going to dry it. I'm going to talk to them. I'm going to take questions. I'm going to something. But not dry it while you're away, while you're heating my coffee. What was it? Don't tell me. Let me guess. He just walked away. Can't tell me. I've got to go live show questions. All right, let's get into some live show questions, my friends. Okay, could you paint the blue? Yeah. Can I put the background in first? You can put the background in first. Absolutely. So in painting, there's 1,000 strategies for every idea that we have that can help us execute them. And what we want to do is create a plan to give us the result we're looking for. And that plan should reflect the artist that we are, like realistically, and also reflect the materials that we have, time, those kinds of things. And so that's why artists have so many strategies to construct something. And then there's also sort of like, do you hold it in deep learning or do you hold it in short-term learning? And so that's another one. And then I see that TJC says, I'm thankful for how Cinnamon teaches us to gain paint perspective placement of what we're painting. Thank you for your videos and your teaching. And I'm going to get into that a little deeper. I think, so what I try to do is I try to always answer the question that you guys have that hasn't been answered yet by YouTube. And so I'll keep pushing these elements deeper and deeper into it so that you guys can enjoy that more. Sherpa is the bestest ever, says Tahazi Flower. What her and John selflessly give to the art community is, where did that go? I was just reading that, then it went away. Let me try again. Sherpa is the bestest ever. What her and John selflessly give to the art community is a blessing. Man. The scroll was just like, I will not wait for you, but you won't remember me. All right. So 11 by 14 canvas. And then Mary's asking if there's a size range. And then Jane, did everybody like the video? I hope so. I hope they like the video. And what size canvas? Yeah, I hope so. Everyone tell me if you like the video. All right, so what I'm doing, I'm actually still teaching. John's just he's eating coffee and he's grabbing some things, and I'm not drawing till he's back. And he's getting me yellow ochre. So he's busy.
Okay, she's gonna dry now. Sorry about all that, y'all. Running up and downstairs, putting the coffee in the thing and doing the thing, and there we go. Man, I love seeing everybody out here. Thank you for being with us. And thank you for making us part of your art journey. We are truly blessed to be part of your guys' chosen family, and we appreciate that. Simon and I love what we do, and we love being able to do this every day. And it is our great pleasure to do that.
What is what?
It is our great pleasure to be here painting.
Yeah, it really
Watch
is.
the paint dry.
That is what we do. I
In
need my yellow
steps.
ochre.
I'm going to find it. I'm looking in the bottle. You
All
have
right,
a lot of
I'll keep working. I'll work on something else. So I'm going to
Naples-
switch into a D brush.
I'm going to narrate. We've got 2 Naples yellows, 2 cadmium yellows, and not a single...
Where's the paint bag?
This is the paint bag.
No, there are 1,000 paint bags. That's my travel paint
I'm
bag.
gonna
That's
go
what I've been
keep-
living off of while we travel. But we have bags of paint where all the tubes of paint were put into bags. That's Colleen's gift, isn't it? Here, take me off camera. I'll go get it.
You just stay there and...
I can think of 5 places this yellow ochre could be because we have up to 5 tabs. But right now, because we're still unpacking, they're in bags, they're in boxes, and some of it's in a cabinet. And I don't know which he's going to go. He's just like 3 tubes of who's just got cadmium yellow burning a hole in their pocket. I do. All right, I got to get back to doing this while John's looking. I can't. I'm going to use a D brush, and I'm going to use a D brush because it's going to give me an edge and a blend and an edge and allow me to do this. And we'll go over this just real quick again because we're learning this. A D brush is like a filbert, and it has a rounded edge. See how that brush mark is rounded? Right? It does an edge paint for me, so if I need a light kind of flicking blended paint like for grass, it will give me stipples like for that. It blends and it can give me fine lines. So I like it because it's 3 brushes in one. If you don't have this brush, the other brush you could use is a filbert. The filbert's different because it's just the same on both sides. It doesn't have the blend side and the edge side. That's what it is. Use a filbert. It's okay. We're blocking in. You could use an angle brush. I'm just using what's comfortable for me because, well, I really need it to be. I'm going to take a little bit of my CAD red. At what point do you want to take me off camera?
Oh, I found it.
Oh, okay. So I'm taking a little bit of my CAD red and my CAD yellow and a bit of my burnt sienna. I have so many more tubes in there.
Okay, what I'm going to say is I don't know how many tubes of yellow of Naples yellow I have found, but it is shocking. I've found 7, I think.
Anybody need some Naples? Do you want to do a Naples yellow paint giveaway? Do we need a D stash?
Enhance the
Have
yellow.
we finally hit the D stash? So I'm coming in and I'm going to paint the segments in of my pumpkin. This part here is an underpainting. So what I'm doing is I'm just blocking in what's here, the objects that's here, right? I'm giving it an initial color of what hue it's going to finally be. Right? I'm just working that in. I haven't shaded it. I haven't thought about my light source yet. I haven't anything. I'm just going, I think there's this orange character over here, and that's pretty great. And I'm going to come down and do a similar thing here. I've got my focal segment right there. Normally I just do this in paint. Another segment there. Can always come in with more red if I need to. Right, so we're just going to get the CAD red, CAD yellow, a little burnt sienna, and we're kind of making this like the deep pumpkin color, right? It's just the deep pumpkin color. I'm just kind of keeping track of the segments as I paint it in. It doesn't have to be super, super duper specific. Come in and put the stem back. If you remember, the stem goes up, kind of over. And we know we've got like lots and lots of greenery and stuff behind all of this. So another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my burnt sienna and my phthalo green together. And right, this is really all where in the heart of the floral is. So this is a dark green. It's going to be in this area here. And that's because all the objects that are going to be coming up and being over this are over this dark value. I'm coming into my flower, which I know I'm placing down on the table, and just making sure that these objects are still here. I still see my flower. Now notice that I'm wiggling my brush a bunch of different ways. I'm going to show you on my pads so you can see how I'm doing this. This brush stroke works like this. See, I'm using the edge of the brush. What do I mean when I say you can use a filbert? Well, what I mean is, if I can find it again.
Don't send me on a filbert journey.
I'm not. I'm never sending you on another journey away from me in the studio again.
I'll find all the flat brushes. I'll
find all the filbert brushes. There it
I'll
is.
find all the deep. I won't find any of the ones you're looking for, though. There it is.
See, it's not that specifically different. So I'm saying this is a cool brush, and if you want a brush that's 5 brushes in one brush, you can get a D brush from us. But I'm also saying if you have a filbert and you're happy, don't run out and replace a brush you don't dislike just to get another one because I look like I'm having fun. I mean, I guess that's an okay reason to get a brush if you want to just get a brush because you think I'm having fun. I don't resent that on you, but...
Wait, are you having fun?
I am having fun.
Okay, well, so it's a fun brush.
So I'm going to take a little bit of my black and brown again, and I'm going to come here and do the front of my table. So I've done the dark green right here. I've kind of blocked in those pumpkins. What we're doing is the messy part of the painting. Now, this is where a lot of people get frustrated and just give up. And the reason that that happens is because underpaintings can be a little bit unattractive. Mm-hmm. And they start to feel like theirs is not quite like mine. And then they just get frustrated and they give up. If they start, the number one reason. So sometimes I go out in the world and I'll read like, if you guys are painting with me, I'll read why. But if you're not painting with me, I read why. Because yes, public comments are public. You didn't hurt if you ever made a comment, you didn't hurt my feelings, totally fine. I don't even mind that direct and helpful feedback directly. Nice. That being said, so I'll go out there and just notice when people are like, I like the Sherpa, but. And so what I love is that people, they love the designs, but they don't believe they can do them. And they have that feeling for my mom too, who's Ginger Cook. She's on at Mondays. She has a free class on Mondays. And what I'm going to say is that we actually do quite a lot of explanation. And these paintings are easier than you think. We just both have been painting a long time. So they don't have that visual, clear. I can't believe how many things I'm like, I know is one hoot. People go 2 hoot, 3 hoot. And I'm like, no, that's just well designed.
Right, yeah.
It's not complicated. It's just well designed. And so I think what it is Mom and I have a lot of experience designing paintings and they're well designed. And then and it reads as complicated, but it's not really that complicated. I am putting out yellow ochre. I don't want to have to mix it the whole time. Brown. It was in the description, thank goodness. And I'm going to just use it as my dark base. So I'm going to take my burnt sienna and my yellow ochre. And paint my table. Again, this is sort of a messy general. It's like throwing paint. You know how when, the just performance artists throw paint on the canvas? We're sort of just throwing paint. burnt sienna, and yellow ochre. Tell you a weird thing that I know, having painted a number of years, that you might not know as a new painter. So in art, there are no like set goals, right?
Yeah.
There's no like, this is what we're doing and this is what all artists are doing. We're all painting to elevate the relationship of mankind to himself, or I don't know, whatever silly thing is afloat right now. By any means, but when we're painting, when we are painting, and you have a table, if you want it to look like a table and be in more of the realism category, you do need to kind of keep those lines straight and imagine that you are a person who constructed a table, and these planes are all on linear perspective. Even this back line, even though this is the simplest perspective in the world, a table up front and then the flat and then the wall, it is technically perspective, if you guys weren't aware of that. And if you lose your perspective, people will still know, they'll still understand. I'm using my T-square ruler to make sure that my table is flat. They'll still understand that you have a still life here, because they will symbolically see the symbol of a pumpkin, the symbol of a pumpkin and a candle, and therefore they're straight lines in some kind of way, so it must be a table. And that's why abstract artists could paint tables a lot of different ways, because they're relying on that. But we're not doing that today. We are trying to actually paint objects that look like they're in a still life, you know, that's real for us. So see how I checked my table line? It's just got to be, it's got to be straight enough to read as a table. I wouldn't bug you about it if it didn't matter. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't, because we have such a loose painterly method on this painting, things can be kind of rough. You could do it with a palette knife pretty easily.
I have to say, I like when a still life is painterly. I don't like it personally.
I know you don't.
But I've always been that way.
You have always, that's why I'm like, I know you don't. I'm going to take a little black and brown and come under my pumpkins at this stage, just now, just making sure that I have remembered that objects are solid. And they do leave a shadow. That's burnt sienna, and I'm going to come up into my flower a little bit, so it has left a shadow. Notice that I'm sort of working wet into wet. It gives me a little bit of a... And I'll go ahead and put a little around this candle. I'm going to put its little stick back, but until then, I've got at least the beginnings of a shadow. So now my objects have... Did you notice the minute that I put that shadow down, that gave them weight? They were floating on the table, and now they sit on the table. That is how you get something to go from floating to sitting. Where was our light source here and in a radial here. Strongest in these spaces. Radial here. Let's dry everything. We're going to continue on. You guys are doing so great. You're doing amazing. It's okay if this feels challenging. It's a lot of new skills, but you've got this. You've done things harder than this. You can do this. I'm going to dry. And I want you to be like, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it, while I'm drying.
You can do it, you can do it. So, yeah, sorry, I was about sneezing. I was sneezing right as she was saying, about to go to break. I was like, oh no, my nose. And I'm all sniffly, sneezy. I feel like, oh, and this is what it is. There's this beautiful little black cat that lives next door. And the cat, I believe, is a neighborhood cat. Like it tends to wander from house to house, and there are neighbors who prefer it to come stay with them at night. And there may be territorial cat love, wooing. But anyway, this cat loves to sit in the window and look at me. And I always know the cat's there because my allergies go off.
Is the cat wooing you?
Because it sits in the window and looks at me.
Because it knows you have allergies.
Because it knows I have allergies.
And that also you love cats, so you're torn. So you're the best victim.
And my little nose just goes,
because it knows you want to it knows you want to boop its nose.
Okay, that's true. All right.
It knows it. All right. So I want to thank Kinney de Zoya for saying that the pumpkins are lovely. Now, do you see that center line that I gave us earlier? I painted out some of my candles, getting a little lopsided, because I don't have to stress about this at all. Because I still have this, and I remember that if it's on the left side, it has to be the same on the right side. Do you guys remember what we're about to do here is this exercise? Did you guys ever get to do this as a kid? where you made there's a square and then you do a person's profile. I'm gonna do.
Oh, yeah.
And then you come and you do. And then this in the center is all black. And so it ends up looking like a vase and two faces depending on your brain map. We didn't know they were testing us for neurodivergency. We just thought it was just a cute thing on Sesame Street. And this was the first time I noticed that I saw the world differently than other people, is this exercise. But do you see how the symmetry is what creates the vase? The shape is what creates the face. The symmetry creates the vase. The shape creates the face. Neither of them are those things. It's symbols, symbolically. That line allows us to, on the left, on the right match. We're going to have a candlestick, even if it's not exactly like my candlestick. As long as you got on the right, on the left match, you're golden. And speaking of, let's get into that candle color. So let's take a little bit of my yellow ochre and, weirdly enough, a little bit of my cad yellow together. Haven't even gotten into the zinc yet. And I'll pick up a little of that burnt sienna because I like it. And I'll go ahead and add some white in there. And you can see it's giving me that creamy golden candle color. I'm still using my D brush, the number 4 Raphael D brush. All right. Now, I don't center line my candle anymore like this for myself because my mind does it for me, right? I've done it enough where my mind does it for me. But when you're learning how to do it, sometimes it helps your brain if you do it. So then my candle down below is a bit of my yellow and yellow ochre, black and brown. So I'm going to do its darkest, 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 but still light enough to show. I'll use my brush on the edge. You could use an angle brush if you wanted. And come here. Kind of exaggerate that bell. Some of this will be behind flowers too. What's funny? Me? How am I funny? Isn't this helpful?
It's very helpful.
Okay, I thought this would be super helpful.
You're super helpful. I just like listening to you.
Oh, nobody likes listening to me. Okay, so see how by doing this one side, then all I have to do is just create the same on the other side. Those of you that were like those masters of the vase face in school, you just went, wait, that's a thing I can use now? Yeah. That was an art skill that you've carried with you that you didn't even know was a mastery of concept. I bet you have many other masteries of concept that you don't even know are there because nobody knew that kids understand this stuff. All the time people will be like with Lunabella, like they don't think that Lunabella is as good at art as Lunabella actually isn't. What it is, they get that Lunabella can really draw. But what they don't understand is that Lunabella will come in and go, you have a complementary color in your mix and it's graying out your color, Mom. Like by sight from across the room. They have just no idea. So talk to kids about this stuff because they do take it in and they do use it and they do understand it. You just have to give it a simplistic complex. Now we're going to match this on both sides. Now for me matching, I'm going to show you my trick. I come at it from a different angle if I need to. Back in my first candle mix. Good news is if you overdo over here, we have that dark color. What does that dark color mean? It means we can paint it back. Just grabbing a little more white into my mix here. The candle mix is going to be cad yellow, yellow ochre, sometimes burnt sienna, a lot of titanium white. I'm going to come over into this, which again is, I'm going to add a little black and brown and yellow ochre to it. But I've got white in there, so you can see it's sort of creamy. Now, all I care about right now is trying to get the symmetry of my candle, right? I'm not actually even worried that much about those lines that I had. I'm making a vertical cross here that's going to be the ribs in the metal work. What will impress people when you're painting? It's the weirdest stuff. If you're a patron and you haven't seen the peony lesson, the 4 or 5 part peony lesson, where we did that crazy still life with all those different objects.
Not puny, but peony.
Peony.
They're not puny peonies.
We went into that so deep because we had so many objects in that space, right? What makes it look like what it is? And that's like, we talked about that a lot, about how sometimes the impressive thing when people are like, whoa, you can really paint. It's weird stuff like that. And then when I switch this vertical, I'll look at it again. And it's easy for me to tuck in the background. I think some of what started to make objects like this easier for me to do was, interestingly enough, us turning wood. Because I had to come up with strategies to create designs that were based on that type of symmetry. And you'll see me go on the flat of the brush across here. That's just helping me make a base. That's all I'm doing, is I'm just helping myself make a base. Now I'm going to turn my canvas to where I want it. I'm going to evaluate my choices. I do have to unify the light and dark of it to see those choices, but that's just me painting that in. And then I can, what I like to call smidging the symmetry. Which is, I'm just making sure the candlestick looks like it's sitting up straight and looks like it would hold a candle. I cannot express to you how much forgiveness there is in a lot of the stuff. I never ran into a very unforgiving art practice until I took a commission for a construction company that had to be OSHA compliant. And then I learned. I'm just making sure that there isn't a little pop of orange back here because I just don't want it. And look at us go. We just put in a fairly complex, right? Like little...
Really complex underpainting.
It's very complex. And I'm just adjusting this here because I see, because as I look at it, guys, I'm gonna see moments that bug me. And this is where I have to spend some time. I don't have to spend time everywhere, but I do have to spend some time. Even though I've got, gosh, so many things coming over this, this is good effort, right, to try to do. I made a lighter color, and I'm just coming through here just to help myself hold this space and see what my thoughts were. I'm sketching now. I'm doodling in paint. If I come up here into my candle color and, you know, make it lighter, I can come up on here too. So now all of a sudden I do have a candle. I can understand where it is, what's happening.
It's a beautiful candle.
Let's dry everything. It goes downhill from here. This, I think, was the hardest work.
Huh. Yeah.
This preparation, this architecture, you can hang your art on. You can do it. You can totally do it.
I'll let it read. So Leia, there is a replay, and you'll be, don't worry about keeping up. We have pause, rewind, and it's, don't worry about that. That's also, we'll take, if you need to take all the time you need, just watch. So a lot of people watch through this one, watch through a show once, they'll see what's going on, and they come back and rewatch it again later. So don't feel like you have to keep up with us. Cinnamon, we don't delay because we don't want to just be dawdling to waste people's times.
But so you make this lesson your own. These lessons, all 2,000. Leah, you found the resource. All 2,500 lessons are on my website. They should be mostly keyword searchable.
To the right. There you go.
Okay, there we go. I'm sorry, it had over too far left when I put it back down from being vertical, and then I was like, I gotta fix that.
There you go.
Let's work on our background a little bit more. A couple ways that we can do this. We can do this with a scruffy brush, and we can do it with an artist knife. I will show you kind of how you get that texture with an artist knife. This is an artist knife. You can get these in plastic and metal. I recommend metal, but I used to have a really good plastic set. If you can find my plastic set, get it, because it has weird plastic in it. John has done industrial creation before. He ran a factory and everything, so he's like, he made them make a better plastic. You can sharpen and stuff. But most of them are not mine. That said, I carry these knives and they're really good and they're not too bad. You can also use a credit card, or you can just do this technique with a brush and just let it be rough. But I'm going to show you how it goes. So what's our background color? Background color was a little bit of Mars Black and Phthalo Blue. And I'm going to come over here and I'm going to drag that down. Not everywhere. It doesn't have to be everywhere. Sometimes you can add a little palette knife to something and I get a little light into this, and you're going to see it now. Now, I have a whole video on how to load a palette knife. We did abstract as a challenge last year, and so I had to make a whole bunch of stuff. I have a post, if you go to my community tab and scroll down, for right and left-handed. It's in our book, in the Acrylic April book, and it's around, and maybe the mods can find it, because they know where. Honestly, sometimes the mods know where stuff is better than I do. I'm not putting down a thick application of paint, guys. Where I have an object like a candle, I just come on the edge and I scrape away. Right? So let's load a bead. And we're loading the bead on this edge. That's your right edge. And I'm going to go top down. A lot of artists avoid this because they perceive it as using a lot of paint. And it can if you do thick applications, but you can actually scrape and do very thin applications if you want. So I can go along that edge and create an edge shape. All right, let's put a little something in there. I added just a little white over it. See how that went in? It's a little streaky. There it goes. We're going to go across. I love working with a palette knife. I do. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure how light this is, so I come more towards my light center. And I pull it down. Scraping down. You love the sound of the knife scraping on the canvas, because I do.
Yeah.
I'll scrape down towards my pumpkins, not all the way in. I've got a lot of flowers. I've got a zone about like this that's pretty forgiving around everything. So that's another thing that I know is like, oh, I don't got to put that, I don't got to put it there. Is that's what I like to call it. It doesn't got to go there. Take a little bit of black and blue again. And you can see around the candle where there's a straight edge, I can really, really have a lot of control. And because there's a toe here, that's the tip of that, I can do little work. So it's fairly out of control. Now, if I want to do a brush stroke up, I load on the left-hand side so that I can come up. You can just do brushes so that it's streaky. Let's see how that starts to.
Mm-hmm.
This is a gray blue. And I blend it back in to the wet, still paint. So that's creating a light source here. If you feel it's too streaky, believe it or not, you can go back over and blend it a lot. So there's a lot you can do.
I love that. The texture of that background's great.
I want to blend that up more. See what I'm doing? I'm incorporating those two together because I found it too streaky of a color and I needed something a little less. I'm still going to come through here and pull in a little more light. Scraping and pulling down. It's also a great way to get wood texture, and we will paint a lot of this wood and then we will texture over it.
That makes sense, yeah.
Kind of like a stucco effect. And if you like this type of stuff, I have a month of it, really.
You use so much.
I'm going to use a little of my black and blue again. I'm going to come over here and...
But Acrylic April's a great place to start.
See, scrape. There's the bead. Acrylic April is a great place. When you're ready to, like, level up, Acrylic April is fantastic. Luna and I are in our own personal level up. I realized I had gone off a little bit in awe of the Russian classical trained practice of rendering, and then I heard this lecture explaining why it mattered, and I realized, oh my gosh, I should be doing that. And then Luna was like, we should be doing that. Now we're doing that. So even I am constantly working on my own skill set. You should never, ever stop learning. Masters don't stop learning. Why would students? I'm not saying I'm a master. I tend to be very reserved on who I call master. I certainly have not included myself in that. In that group. But
I get you.
But that, just because I'm not that, doesn't mean that I can't just, we can all learn more. We can all study, we can all enjoy our craft more. So it's ultramarine blue, white and black. Notice how I'm pressing and smudging to get that rough. And then we're going to get some the thinness of my application means that I can paint over this area fairly well. I just smudged it back because it got on my pumpkin. And I didn't want it on my pumpkin. And I'm just kind of coming over with a gray, just adding more white in. I think the trick is you just go until you're happy. Now I know that I've got lots and lots and lots of leaves and things that'll be on here, but by kind of smudging this in a little bit, notice how I move my knife around? So we're just brightening it now. Just adding highlights to it. Coming back over this. What I'm doing is with my knife, I'm just making sure that what I have is an approximation of how I expect light to behave in my world. Maybe a little darker here on the edges, right? So that's creating that very kind of dramatic lighting. I like dramatic lighting. I like drama on my canvas. Especially like dramatic lighting. And so I'm just making sure that the light source here reads as a light source in this kind of now I'm going to take a little bit of burnt sienna. A little blue. A little ultramarine blue. I don't put a huge amount on here. I am sort of hiding some stuff, if that makes sense.
Just creating the texture in the back wall.
Just the texture and the value.
Let's see if I can catch a little bit of that texturing from the side. The way that the light catches on it doesn't make it as easy to see.
Oh, because it's still very wet.
Yeah.
That's what it is. So when it's very wet, now you can kind of see it.
See the glare on the side, but you can see it over here first.
And I can come over, notice I
beautiful.
can bring a little darkness over an area that's already dry and darken it up. So I've got a lot of choices. Okay. I'm going to rinse off my palette knife and put it aside. Again, you can do this with a brush or an artist knife. Either one is fine. Does not matter, but it does give you great texture. It isn't because we did the scraping method that we did. It isn't going to give you the kind of texture where you can't paint over it or do fine lines, but it gives you that look of that broken, rough, abstracted background.
Just have to. This is the part where you have to thoroughly dry it. It's got to dry. That thicker paint can take a little bit of time to thoroughly dry out. So that when you're going back through here and you don't want to smear that at all. So just thoroughly dry, and if you have to take extra time, don't worry about it. Again, we're here on the rewind. We're available. I had to push the down button. It looks like I hit somehow on the pause in the chat. Make sure I'm okay. Hello, everybody. Yes, and don't forget to hit pause in the chat if you need to. You can check our websites. There's all sorts of resources there. The traceables, the video link is there on our calendar. And, of course, our store, e-commerce, is there, where you can now buy stuff. So if you need art supplies, we got them for sale. So, and then Cinnamon's going to want to heat up her coffee as soon as we get back. So we'll be doing that for sure. And don't forget to hit the likes and the comments and the subscribes and the shares. Those are great little human-y buttons that we love, and it super helps. And thank you to all of our patrons who help do what we do. We could not do this without you. And she is
back
go.
From outer space.
Okay.
New step, putting up a T-square. Getting a little bit of my yellow ochre and my white. I'm resetting my table. Remember how I mentioned that was kind of a big deal. Just using a little bit of color to remind myself where it is. That way it's just easy to keep that straight line, because that straight line can be a challenge to keep. Now, I'm going to come in and I'm going to use my Artini number 20 Raphael brush, and I'm going to just start to work in my table. So let's begin with a little burnt sienna and yellow ochre. And we're going to come on this brush back and forth. I kind of like to keep the handle vertical in short brush strokes. I'll go up over the pumpkins a little bit. Burnt sienna, a little yellow ochre. And what you see me doing is just giving myself a base to work from. Oh, so ready. I'm so ready. Ready, Freddy. I mean, like, not ready to take it in any way, like grab the cup, like, which is what you were actually asking me, but like emotionally ready to drink it is what I'm answering. And you didn't need all that. Maybe a little more yellow ochre and a little more white. I'm just lightly brushing. It's just such a light thing. It's just the beginning. Kissing the canvas. Kiss, 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 kiss. I haven't removed the little notes that I made earlier. Sometimes think of those early sketches, those traceables, as like painting notes. You're leaving a little note for yourself so you don't get lost in the work. Just dry brushing back. A little bit of burnt sienna and yellow ochre. We're just starting to think about what we want to do here. We don't got to do it yet, but we have to think about it. Now I'm going to come here and get a little bit of my burnt sienna and my Mars black. And again, I'm doing a rough, light, sketchy brush stroke. Mostly fairly dark. Maybe I grab a little more burnt sienna a couple places, but mostly fairly dark. We want to brush that across. We want some semblance of brushing that across. I lost so many people over that artist knife thing, John. No? No? Okay.
I don't think so. I think it was.
If it is, you can do this with a brush too, and I'm going to show you. Don't go. You'll miss out. You'll miss out.
You'll miss.
Let's
okay.
try this,
Okay.
and then we can continue on.
Just don't worry. It's totally, and you can see from the side here that it gives that texture. It's really pretty texture. I had to adjust that a little bit so that you can see that with the glare. I'll adjust that back down. There we go. That's more like it. You can see it's really cool. And there it goes. Oop. Thoroughly dry, dry, and then we will go on to the next step.
Drinking my coffee so I don't
Drinking
forget.
the coffee.
All right. Now we're going to get, I'm going to suggest
an
a mop brush. This is a this is a 3/4 inch mop brush. You could use a 1-inch mop brush. This is by Princeton Select. For those of you that got in, I'm going to take my glazy medium from earlier. If you remember, it is this product right here. It is listed in the description, and I'm going to get into my light color first. And I'm going to very lightly go over some of this with this brush. Those of you that hung in just learned an impossible trick. And I know it is because when I go and I paint live with other artists that I do this, they come over and they're like, "How are you doing that? What? Wait, what?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's just this. It's too technique." See, so sometimes we think too singular in our techniques.
Do you mix it up a little?
You got to mix it up a little bit. I'm getting my black and my blue and a little bit of white and my glazy medium, and I'm blending that. And so what you're getting is a softening right,
Mm.
of it, but it's still there. Let's put out a little more blue so we don't run out. And we don't have as much of this on the wood as we did up here, but we have just a combo. And so sometimes when I'm looking at something, I'm like, that's going to take a little more. I'm going to grab a little burnt sienna this time. I'm making a blue-gray. Glazing medium is allowing the texture to show underneath, and then this is just diffusing the texture just enough. There isn't really a way to midway texture. So what you have to do is find a way in your skill set always to get the effect. What you see me here doing is I'm looking for a value and a hue. How light or darker it is. You'll know you nailed it when people get real close to the canvas. Like they saw a secret message and they were like,
Trying to squint in the background and see what's there.
because they're trying to see how you did it because they're not sure. I'm being very careful to leave just enough of my roughness and my rawness. And combining that hard against soft is one of my very favorite things. Look at that. For those of you who've had a limited relationship with artist knives, you might actually find that that changes your feeling. If you didn't know you could paint your artist knives and then soften some of it, imagine this in a stucco technique. Visualize a broken stucco wall where some of it's rough and some of it is smooth. It's a very useful technique in your life. Why do I have this technique? Because I had to paint a lot of stucco walls.
Yeah,
Remember all that?
You did a lot of stucco. It's true.
A lot of
very
stucco.
popular.
This is an old from my old painting box technique.
Mm-hmm.
Old of just how to get it done, because that's what we did. How do you get it done? I'm just paying attention to the value here. Maybe trying to also think about my light. Just getting a little more in. I haven't even relied on my zinc yet. I'm focusing this light value up over, and I highly recommend coming around the corner of your canvas with it, so that even in the frame, it looks like it's the hot spot. A hot spot is a fancy way of saying this is the brightest, warmest area, most lit area on your canvas, and you want to create one. That's pretty good. I actually like that. I think I did that better than the first time. I'm going to leave that alone. Okay. Like, whoa, I got there. Okay. Now we can dry. We don't have to dry because we're going to work in a different area.
Okay. Same step?
Same step.
Okay.
No, new step.
New step?
New step.
All right.
We did a lot there.
We did a lot. I just
We did a lot. I just want to make sure. So now I'm going to work on my pumpkin a little bit while all of this is having a smidge of a dry. I could do my candle. I could do my candlestick. I could work on pumpkin. But let's work on pumpkins. All right. Let's begin with a little bit of our cad red and our cad yellow. I'm going to make a very nice yellow orange. I'm using my D brush again. And I'm just brushing that back. You can see just using short strokes. I'm just kind of smidging the paint going, come on, paint, come this way. A little bit there. Isn't it amazing how the pumpkin comes in so fast, though? Why does it have white spot, white spot, white spot? It's because the bumps of the squash come out and are capturing this light here in combo with the overhead light. I've just added a little more red, and I'm just kind of deepening my thoughts about my pumpkin over here. Notice how I curved that brush. I saw an opportunity and I curved that brush to run it around that side.
Pumpkin thoughts.
Yeah, you gotta have some pumpkin thoughts. All right, let's add some pumpkin thoughts to this little pumpkin over here. He was not thought out enough.
Thoughtless pumpkin.
Thoughtless pumpkin. Maybe a little red and brown kind of coming around. Just a slightly deeper. And I'll get into the oranges in a second. Just making sure that I'm happy with the shape and space that my gourds hold in the total still life. Now, if I get into my Dioxazine purple and I take it over to my Cad red where the orange was mixed earlier, it is the perfect pumpkin shadow mix. It's my favorite. Just purple to shade my pumpkin, because the purple and oranges, it does go brown. They're complement, you know, there's enough complementary colors in there that they do go brown. But what I love is that they're not brown. It's just, let's see, there's a bit of a shadow down there. I just got a little more red in that mix. That's got Dioxazine purple, Cad yellow, Cad red. Notice that I've got some pumpkin going back into the shadow. I'm going to have leaves over it, but its orange is going to peek out. So that's why I bother myself with it. Now, I know where my light source is, which means this side of my pumpkin gourd. My light source is here and here. So since I've got a combined light source, that ends up being the basic shading of that gourd segment. I might go a little lighter down here, but this will help me separate those two. Just very lightly. Just kind of trying to blend this one around.
Yeah.
Get it back to where I want it. I want its kind of focal area to be a little more there. So that's what you see me adjusting, is just the focus.
That's interesting. It really creates that dynamic range between light and darkness there really is important.
It's the big deal, man. It's like, so once you find your way into the light, you'll be able to get anything out of yourself, and then you can just rough those in.
Find your way into
Find
the
your
light.
way
Say
into
it
the light, my friends.
Say it
All
again,
right.
Sherpa.
because I will drag my hand over this, not because the next technique needs it to be dry, but I need it to be dry. I'm going to dry it, and I'm telling you that so you understand when a technique is required and when a technique is not required.
So, don't worry, we're just going to talk about like drying paint here for a second. So, if you get whisked away by the commercial break, I'm sorry. That's a thing that happens, and I don't like it, but it happens. Sorry. And thank you. We're just drying, and I'll make a oh my gosh, Maggie, thank you for saving me from this. And I'm going to say oh gosh, thank you so much for bringing peace and joy to our life. Really, I just appreciate that. You're really generous there. So thank you. We appreciate you so much.
And there can be a third light source on any still life reference that you ever use. So if you're using multiple still life references, make sure you have the same light sources on all three of them. Just little life experience that you might not have known. Now I'm going to come here and I'm going to paint some background leaves and different things. And let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to use my D brush, and we're back to the concept of the vase face. And I will take a little bit of my phthalo green and burnt sienna and Mars black if I need it. And I'm going to be making lines. Right? I'm going to be making little marks that will imply stems of lines, right? So if I come out here and there's just a little light line, and then I was like, see how this starts to be, it starts to feel like a plant. And then if I have one here, I'm making a bunch of leaves. This is literally how loose this is. It's so weird. It's so loose, right? We're so sketchy. I may do my lines with a different brush. This brush will do my lines, but I might do it with a different, well, no, that's pretty good. Right? And then I can come in here and say, all right, there's some corner. See how roughly, I don't know if you can get on that. I really want you to look at that. So what I'm thinking of is a right? So I got a leaf like that. So there's a leaf like that. But I want it in the distance, and I don't want it to be detailed those edges, right? So if I come up here and I'm like, so there's a stem. See how I told the same story of a leaf? I don't know if you understood that's what's happening when we paint loosely like this. We're coloring in the lines, but there's no lines, but our mind colors in the lines.
So you're trapped in your own mind by the lines.
Yep.
Wow.
I know.
See, you're calling me into the light. You're bringing
Taking
my
a
mind
little
to
bit
focus.
of green and brown. And we'll make loose little floral arrangements. And again, I may switch to a different line brush. I just can use this brush for all the things that I'm doing. And so sometimes I will. And there'll be moments where we really have to like add a fluid paint and get some light values out here. But right now we're just putting in the distant. See how these are the in shadow leaves?
Mm-hmm.
It's the brown and green. That's what we're talking about. Little lines coming off there. And painting the leaf without the lines. That's what we're doing. Painting the leaf without the lines. See the leaves happening?
Mm-hmm.
They're happening. We're just not adding the little leaf lines. But they're there and our brain's going, yeah, got it. Leaf, leaf, leaf. That's what well, that's what my brain does. I don't know. Your brain may be, as I'm learning, your brain may be doing very different things. But my brain absolutely goes, leaf, 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 leaf. So.
I see it. Leave me alone.
Can't put too much back here yet because it goes on the table, but I can start putting my thoughts about it up here. Now you'll know in the description that we had some fluid paint listed, so I'm going to put that out. That can help us when we're trying to create fine lines that, by the way, so can Posca pens and a lot of other things. So it's not just one thing that does that for us, but I find that it is nice to have a little of that going and put out a little more burnt sienna. Because I'm powering through that, aren't I? Making a little kind of light green here. What I want is something that's lighter than the background, but still in the greens. There we go. So light that you can see the light. I'm making fine hairlines. Ooh, that's too big, but I'm going to switch a brush. I rinsed out. I'm going to erase because I don't like that.
Okay.
You can erase if the painting underneath is dry with water in your brush and paper towel.
Oh, thank you, Ramona.
Thank you so much, Ramona. Thank you. Thank you. I hope, Ramona, tell me you're going to be doing our Zoom class coming up on the first Saturday. I hope you are. I hope you're in the Patreon. So you can do that because we're going to be doing Zoom classes. I would love to have you there. Okay. Love to have all of you there, actually. You're all invited, of course, but, you know. Thank you very much for the support. We're trying to do more for our patrons. So coming up at, if you're at the $15 level or higher, I've got Zoom classes going now. And those aren't going to be you just watch me on your computer paint like you do right here, because that's exactly the same. It's going to be interactive. It's going to be personal. It's going to be awesome. But, you know, let us go for a minute with our test crew and then see how it goes. I'm adding a little bit of yellow to that mix. And some more white. Is that okay to say? I don't know if it was okay to say.
Yeah, I think so.
It was okay to let everybody know that I'm sending out newsletters. If you're there and you're like, oh, is it me? I'm sending out a newsletter that will give that to everybody. Well, that's lovely, isn't that?
Mm-hmm.
Fine lines are sometimes the hardest, and this sort of motion of a still life, it can be really challenging as well. Just trying to capture it is hard sometimes. I'm going to rinse out this brush, and I think I'm going to take a little bit of my brown. Might let a little of my yellow and cad red get into it. It's a little bit of a plant there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little more black and brown, too.
Thank you, Madonna.
Thank you, Madonna. Madonna, who had an awesome name. That's fantastic. I love it. I love how I assume it's her real name because, like, I have an unusual real name and...
I think so, based on the
Hey, Gary.
high likelihood that was a given name given.
This has been a good day. Been hanging at Sherpa level almost the whole time. It's gay, Spangler. I think that's awesome because painting live with somebody, I've done that, by the way, just so you guys go, has she ever painted live with anybody? Yeah, I did with Lindsay and Angela. Made me admire you guys all to death. Never trust a teacher who hasn't painted following along because we don't know what y'all are up against then. But I'm glad I got to have that experience. I'm glad I got to do those things. Lindsay is the Frugal Crafter, and Angela is Angela Anderson. She does Angela Anderson Fine Art. A teacher like me. I like her a lot. I don't see anybody anymore. I've added a little orange to this. See that little wiggly stroke?
I see it.
Let's go over that again.
The wiggles.
Remember,
Where are you going to wiggle that? Hold on, I'm going to go over. It's so wiggly.
see, stroke, stroke, stroke. There's the sequence. My strokes are longer, shorter. They follow that shape, and those little shapes give us leaf shapes.
They're leafy.
They're leafy. I know it seems silly, but they do a good job for us, and I'm super glad we have them, so much so I cannot even express to you. Now I'm going to take a little bit of my black and brown. And I got this flower here, and coming up out of this flower is slightly past the center line, I think we remember. Might have taken that up too far, but that's all right. I'm going to thicken that stem. So that's sort of a black and brown. That'll come back this way. And there's definitely one here. But I think it's more close to the... Let's get a little bit of that brown and... I know to add that slightly lighter value on the top of this. We know that because... Light. That's where it has to go. We don't even have to know. That's just where it has to go. Take a little bit of maybe a little yellow ochre and some of my orange color over here. And I know that there's white. These are little elements of the floral arrangement that are peeking through. You got to peek through some elements of your floral arrangement. Added some more yellow to that mix. I'm going to come over to my red and purple. And in here, I'm doing a much darker version of that sort of plant life.
Ah.
Now it's about to get busy. Dry everything.
Okay.
We got to finish the table so we can drop the flowers everywhere.
All right. Now, to answer the, let's see here. Gay Spangler was asking, what material is that candle holder made of? And I'm pretty sure that it's either vibranium or unobtainium.
What's unobtainium?
The metal
Unobtainium.
It's that candlestick holder's made of. I'm pretty sure it's.
Oh, it's brass.
It's brass. It's not vibranium or
No,
unobtainium.
it's a brass.
It's brass.
Yeah, brass slides like that.
Okay. See, I was thinking it was going to be something far more exotic.
So sorry, it's totally like so banal. It's like literally that. All right, I'm gonna take a little bit of my burnt sienna and some of my ultramarine blue, and I'm gonna create that nice kind of gray. I'll go ahead and get some of my wood mix into it. I'm using my palette knife to create kind of a rough texture. Using just the edge of the knife. I'm just thinking about some of that texture. Make sure it's well mixed. We don't want it to be too streaky or it will be snow. When you're working with a knife, sometimes you want things to be like blend on the canvas, and sometimes you're like, you know what? I think. Let me grab a little black. Or build a bead, and I'm just coming along here and creating some texture of a, and I'll show you on the palette paper how it's getting done, okay? So you don't have to imagine how that might be done.
Yeah.
What I'm doing is I'm putting in some edges that I can play against with my brush.
The edges.
Yeah, so I'm playing with these like very sharp edges. And some of it will get left out, right? Like some of it's going to be... I love that you can... This is called pulling a bead. That's just a small roll of paint on the edge of the knife. You scrape the knife, and then you can come along an edge. You need to do a line, then you can come in and do that line. I just lost my line. What it was, I pressed too hard on the canvas. See how we're starting to make this table wood?
Totally.
We do not want blending medium in that.
Right.
Because that would slow down the drying time of our paint so much that we could not process it. Brown and black. You can bring it up the table, but I don't need to bring it up too far.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I go... Too much black on there, but I still should be able to get into an orange that will show. Yeah, it's weird how that works.
Yeah.
Because situationally, it's lighter. Gotta come over now with some black. Wipe off my brush, like where I want to make that repair, and I just come back over it with a little black so that it has a nice value. Pull, 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 pull. I'm gonna dry this, and then I will show you in the notebook how those pulls all happen. But I just need to get them in. We'll dry them, and then I'll show you in the notebook.
Okay, so we'll show you in the notebook how that's all done. I'm not sure exactly what she'll show you in the notebook, but we'll get the notebook out. Which D brushes are you buying? The D Artisani brushes that you can find on theartsherpa.com. So if you go to their store, to our store, Marjorie, we have an e-commerce site now, and if you go on there, you can find we have the D Artisani D brush, and they're really cool. They're available there to purchase if you'd like. Thank you for checking that out. That's how we, keep the electricities paid for that, hair dryers and things.
Mm-hmm. You'll see we got a little roughness now at the front where our wood turn is.
Textures.
And we're gonna actually, I think I'll use a D brush too. I'll use the number 8 Raphael D brush.
That's
in
the
hog bristle.
Artisani.
That's the D'Artagnan brush.
D'Artagnan.
It's got the filbert edge and then the blending round. So it's a round. See how it's like a brush, a round that got cut in half.
Yeah.
You could use a filbert here. You could use a mop. We're just trying to. You can use a round blender, but I want to use something scratchier because I still want something rough. So I'm gonna come here and add a little white to my mix, which is my cad yellow, titanium white. There was a little burnt sienna in there earlier, and some Mars black. So it's been getting kind of interesting. Notice how this is very rough too, but in a different way. And I like how those roughs can get a little darker value. Now there's more burnt sienna in here. Painting wood is one of the great joys. Just is. And I think it's because wood is got so much texture and so much personality and so much color for something that initially just seems brown. Let's see how I can blend the use of artist knife and brush. So it doesn't have to be just dry brushing. It doesn't have to be, let's get some of our gray here. It doesn't have to just be anything. It can just put that gray under the pumpkins real quick. Notice that I'm brushing that under there. Kind of under the candle again. That's just keeping that shadow down, isn't it? I haven't even gotten into any of my glazing methods or nothing. But now I have enough table where if I put elements down on it, I don't have to repaint the whole table to make the thing work. So I will dry that so it doesn't get all over me. And then into the candle to show you the joys that is brass.
Into the candle brass we shall go. So, yeah, thanks, guys. If you have any questions, you can put them in caps and we'll answer them there. If you are, is your first time here, thank you for joining us. If you haven't joined us on the live before and you're catching this on the rewind, thank you. Oh, we got, and Sim would like to let you know, if this is your first time here, know that we have short lessons as well. There's more short lessons coming up. So it's not just the long ones. We have short ones and long ones. And there's even shorts, 1 minute shorts. We have more of those that are coming too. Those are kind of fun. We're finding some interesting things to do. If you haven't, I think tomorrow's is going to be really cool. So you should check it out if it's coming up.
What's tomorrow?
Another short.
Oh, yes. Yeah, John worked really hard.
Oh, there it goes.
And the painting in the short is a full lesson. And so you can do that painting if you want to do that painting. But I'm just super impressed with what John did. So our candle color is a little bit of our cad yellow, our yellow ochre, and sometimes burnt sienna and Mars black. That's how we're getting our candle color. I'm going to come here. I'm using an angle brush. This is, this one's an Artist Loft, but we have angles. Just grab, the team's like, we have angles. There's a bit of light also showing here. So I'm going to have to find my moment. When you're setting up a still life and you're new, my big recommendation to you is set up single light sources and don't expand into compound light sources until later. I'm adding my brown and black into my candle mix, and down here I am kind of painting the candle a little bit darker. And the reason candles seem lighter when they're lit at the top is because that light is literally shining through the candle. I get a lot of credit for painting eyes, but like I actually nail a lot of candles. Now I'm going to kind of come up and round this just a smidge, my friends. Just a smidge around on that. And I might even go a little whiter. And then a little bit down. See how this highlight comes down and down and down? Oh, I forgot to show them the palette knife. Just real quick, just so you guys know, I do recommend, I'll use a small diamond to show it. So see small diamond, load a bead. That's what a bead looks like. All right. There's a bead. See how we can get great lines?
That's pretty cool.
That's all we're doing. Now the paint's almost gone. If I try to remove all of it, you see I can get that sort of dry brushy thing. If I come across here, see how that moves the paint and how thin I can do it? And still get, you know, little lines in it. So that's what we're doing. With that knife. If I want to go up, I just load on that side and go up. If I want to go from right to left, I load on the right side and go left. If I want to go from left to right, I load on the left side and go right. I didn't load. That's why I didn't go anywhere. right? Up is the right side. Down is the left side. That's a whole knife. You know everything now.
That's all there is to it.
Now John's like, could you just make that into a short video?
No, that's all right.
And I'll be like, yes, at some point I'm sure I can if I remember it. So don't let me forget. Okay. So we're in here. We're going to still work on our candle. We're still on the same step, right?
Yeah.
We start one. So I'm going to come through here. Where did my angle brush go? I'm going to start painting this delightful candlestick. And to do that, I need to know where my darks and my lights are. And a kind of workaround I can do is I can take a little burnt sienna and Mars black, make a pretty dark color with my angle brush. I can kind of come under here. Very carefully, using the edge of the brush, curve the base of my lamp. Now I'm going to come here and add a little shadow to the ball like that. And a little bit of a shadow for the center ring. Bring it there. Adding a little shadow on the incurve of the stem. I'm just figuring out like where can I put my shadows? Like there's a lot of shading under here where the candle kind of comes down. So I've got to kind of find that. If I put a light color up here, then I can be like, okay, that's my highlight. And if I make it kind of squared and thick, it will feel like a bent kind of back into my shadow. So just starting to put those shadows and highlights in. I'm just finding the value. That's all I'm doing. I'm like, where can I see a shadow? Where can I see a highlight? And we're going to just paint that the whole way. I know that this half of my base over here is a little more in shadow, and this half has shadow. So I know this has all got to be a little more in shadow, just generally. Then let's just real quick grab a little bit of our, this is cad yellow, a little burnt sienna, and Mars black. I mean, all yellow ochre. I'm not going to add a little cad in there, though. That gets us to the brass. This is not my lightest color. This is just a highlight I'm finding. You okay?
Yeah.
Are you all right?
Yep.
Was that a bee or something?
No, that was a...
Let's bring a little highlight around here. Because we found out we were dealing with another light source, so we're gonna... Here we go. So see how just that... That's a candlestick. See how just that... Look at that candlestick start to come in. Now another thing that I can do is I can take a little bit of my background color, which is, you know, my Mars black and my ultramarine blue, and I can come on either side of this candle using this sharp brush and clean up the lines on the candle. Now I know my background and some of my candle. What I'm doing here is just blending that back into the background. I still see it a little bit, but it's in shadow, so I only have to work on what's not. Making a little bit of oranges. I'll come into my candle color with my orange. Even oranger. And you start to get a sense that the world around them, and we can knock this back. If we put it in, right, and we have it there, then we can knock it back. Absolutely. A little more orange in there. And I'll get right into my purple, because remember, my purple grays and browns things, doesn't it? So I can still have quite a lot of color, but it can be desaturated. See how by putting this run of warm colors on this side, what's here is reflecting here. If you were to, give yourself the challenge this winter of setting up a couple pairs are great, just 2 pairs. All the pair people, don't yell at me right now. 2 pairs, you know who you are, pairs. All the pair people, but 2 pairs, and put a light source on it, and just sit and paint what you see. You're going to recognize that shadows aren't black. And everything, you add a candle to it and it's going to be next level. But just start to see how light and color reflects on everything else. And if you can start to witness that these pumpkins will be in that brass candlestick in some way, you can start to create some really dynamic stuff. Adding a little kind of like patterning and stuff that I know is going to be in there. I think I won't add everyone. And that's just so that we don't have to be here for 10 years. We're just trying to kind of shape and guide the candlestick to its ultimate form. Right? If I overshade my lip, what I do is I come back with a damp brush. Position myself for a straight line and clean that up. I don't even got to worry. I'm going to take a little bit of my gold, and I'm going to get it into my background color. See my background color? Putting my orange in it. Doing that for a reason. You can get it a little brighter, but not much. That is not the flame. That is the reflection of the flame, which will be there on the wall. Just a hint. Does it matter? I think so. I think it matters so much. Now let's take our D brush or round brush, and I'm going to come in and get a little of my Cad Yellow, Cad Red, and some glazing medium. And brush in a radial pattern the beginning of that glow. You may have to actually even get a little.
No, hold on a second. I think that. Hold on just a second. This battery is one of my batteries here died. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. Sorry about that.
We're just starting to think about the glow. And then the other thing that you can do is you can get a little zinc white into it. It's pretty powerful stuff because it's not so staining, but it does have a bit of luminance to it. Add a little bit down there. And that going well. Okay. Putting my brushes to the side where I can see where they are. I'm going to get into my lighter color. Take my brass color, which was my yellow ochre, burnt sienna, and Mars black, and some titanium white over here, into my yellow ochre, oranges, and yellows. I may even get some zinc into it. Start adding some highlights. And here on this outer edge, highlight it. John? Sorry, I moved on you.
Oh, sorry.
I looked up. I was like, I don't know where he was.
I am sorry. I was over here reading comments.
Oh, good. Is
Oh
everything
my
right?
gosh, yes.
Okay.
And we haven't.
All right. Gonna get a slightly darker.
Welcome to emoji chat.
Oh, okay. So ways to support us, right? We have so many ways to support us, and the first one is just painting with us. Honestly, your time does more to support us. Wishing as well. I honestly think you guys keeping us in your hearts and thinking fondly of us isn't actually a type of support. So if you're at the place of your life where you're like, look, I got nothing extra but to feed myself first, I want you to feed yourself. 2, I want you to be able to have enough resources to buy art materials. So if that's where you're at and you're wishing me just love and you're thinking of me and your good thoughts, I consider that support, just so you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's very supportive to me. I'm going to come over here with a little bit of this orange into my candlestick color so I can kind of have a whole class on just...
Good class.
This is a good class. I'm just adding these kind of warmer colors. And get back into my more candlesticky colors.
You use your finger there.
I just use my finger there. Sometimes I smudge with my finger. I do it. All right. I need a little mental break from the candle, and it doesn't need anything for a second.
Okay.
Me and the candle need to break up for a while.
Okay. Good.
But I'll be back to it.
Excuse me there. Sorry, I had cough in your ear. Something I'm going to tell you all about. I don't know what she said. Maybe I think we're going to do flowers next. That's what I think we're going to be doing because the flowers have yet been untouched. Those look like they're going to be coming soon. And thank you guys for being with us here. Oh, thank you, Vero. We do appreciate your wonderful thoughts. Those thoughts really help us, and we appreciate it.
They do. I absolutely believe that. I believe the only reason that I'm here at all, I'm not sitting up here going, I am the greatest of all the artists, and that's why I have the most followers. That, John will swear, that's not my thought. No, not at all. And I always think it's really funny when I run into people who think that's my position in life. I'm like, oh man, I wish that's where it was, but that's not my headset. My whole thing is just about being a very good art teacher for you guys. Mm-hmm. And I know that I'm only here because I'm doing a good job at that. And if I stop, you guys will have to go elsewhere. And I love teaching art. So it's very motivating me to do a good job because I enjoy spending my time with you. Very, very much.
Very, very much enjoy spending time with you.
It's just a delight. It's just a delight. Now I'm going to take a little bit of my lemon yellow. I will try my CAD first. So the lemon yellow is just a more green yellow, and I'm getting into these crazy flowers. And so like right here, and I've got a D brush number 4. I may get some of that tinted purple in there. I'm using that brush to create the petal shape.
Mhm.
It's a curve. If you've never seen me do this, I'm going to put my thing down in the corner, John, and you come down in the corner.
Sure. Happy to go.
Let's see how that flower gets constructed so you guys can see it clearly on pad, okay?
Okay. I have to zoom out so I can see that there.
See how the petals are constructed?
Yeah.
I want to curve them out this way. I think I'm going to paint a whole flower just so you guys can kind of see how it's going to go. That's how I can fix layering and then come in. So see how that just works, and then they need to be shorter. They can be shorter like this. So on short ones, they can be like that. And you just have a highlight under or shadow underneath there. So these are the types of strokes I'm going to be doing with this brush. Oh, Virgo Rules is like, I think you're the greatest. Here's what I think I am. You guys want to know what I honestly think?
What do you think?
My most chuff thought?
Chuff thought.
This is what I actually believe about myself. I don't know if this is true. We have beliefs about ourselves. This is what I believe about is true. I believe I am one of the hardest working artists on planet Earth.
Yep.
I'm not necessarily the hardest, but I'm one of the hardest. I believe I did this when it was hard and not easy, and we had to create a formula. And I'm proud of our ingenuity and the fact that we're always innovating and we're always trying to do something new and we're always trying to improve your stuff, and we don't just sit on other people's designs, concepts. I don't follow other people's social media, see a post go viral, and then paint it on my own. I don't like people that do that.
No.
That's not against the law, though.
No, it's not.
But like if somebody, like another teacher's like, that's good, that went well, let me do something just like that, but something different. It's not my favorite, but that's the thing, right? Like, but that wasn't ever the space that I was in, right? If that was the space that I was in, I would fully lose my mind. But the space that I'm actually in every week is about creating new and innovative ways. And I feel like I'm really committed to that. Like I can see where competition can come up and mess with me, right? Like that kind of stuff. I can see where, certain things get in my head, but where I feel like really locked in, and John will tell you this, is I never stop thinking about you, your experience, what it's like. Not since we got on this platform. John has 10 years. He's heard this nonstop. Everything is about you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, those of you who are like, but I told you I don't like monologuing and you haven't shut up today.
But that's hard. Monologuing is not
that is one that I have not been able to get past. I just took some CAD yellow over here. I realized that I just did that. All right. But I'm going to do it in because it's here anyways. And I need some background petals. So that's where I think I am. But I don't think I'm the greatest artist that ever lived. I do think that I am absolutely super dedicated and committed, and I have gotten very good at teaching online. I'm on the edge of this brush. And here's what's crazy. Even though I've been doing this for 10 years, I feel like I could do it better.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a little kind of thin petal down here. See how that is building that flower? Now I curve this one forward towards me because it's curved towards me. And these flowers here don't curve down at all. So I'm going to just come in with my, oh, wow, I did not want that white. Rinse that out. Don't use that white. I'm going to get around that. I'm going to come here and add a little yellow and a little purple to this mix over here. And in the center of my flower, I'm kind of adding this. And until that's in, I can't add the other petals because it's going to be value and those types of things that allow me to add elements. Now I'm going to take my brown and my yellow ochre together, and I will get a little bit of my white. Nah, I want more yellow. I'm looking for a color, guys. Sometimes I'm looking for a color. And the game is, it doesn't need more red, doesn't need more yellow, doesn't need more blue. I'm coming here and adding a highlight. See that highlight? And now you can see that stem. Add a little brown to it, just a touch, because it was just nice. Now I know I've got a flower right here, and we remember that because we have placement, and I put a stem in, and we know where stuff is, right?
Yeah.
Add a little brown there for that stem, so we can kind of see it hinting. And back into our oranges, and I do like my lemon yellow, and I might grab even a little of my quinacridone. And let's come here and say, that's the center. Now these are going to be just a little more. Need a little white in there.
Oh,
There we go.
thank you, Artadar.
Thank you so much, Art Dar Mariano. I appreciate that more than you can know. I mean, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so, you know, I'm like you guys. It's not that I never ever get into a painting and be like, I don't even know what I thought I could paint. Or I think I'm also a really happy artist. I might be one of the happiest artists about what I get to do in the world.
I'm
Maybe
pretty
that.
happy. I'm pretty happy about what.
Yeah, John's pretty happy. Like, but like having talked to a lot of artists, it's not that many artists that are actually just super thrilled with what they get to do because they don't know the second half.
Yeah.
I know the second half. I had my mother for my mother, so I know the second half, so I get to be a happy artist. The second half was, how do I do this for a living? My mom has been since I was little. How are you going to make money at that? She didn't say monetize because we didn't say that back then, but she was like, can you make 12 more? Because you need to make 12 more to have a show. Like, I don't know if I can make 12 more. What? And there was a period of time where I thought my mom was kind of commercial and out of it and wrong, and fine art was about other things, blah, blah, blah. Let's bring a wonderful, fun, playful petal over here. And while I'm doing this fabulous technique, I'd like to shout out the Jenkins. If you love painting flowers, if you check out Gary Jenkins, if you remember the TV show, he's still around. He has a YouTube channel. Sometimes he uploads. Kathleen Jenkins has a Facebook page where they upload new paintings for sale. Just if you didn't know. They used to have a TV show. And they're delightful. And whenever I paint flowers, I think a little bit of them.
Television.
Yeah. Well, I think often about how... Now, notice I'm shortening those strokes there because those petals are more facing me. And so now I have that basic flower shape. I can adjust. I can make bigger easily. But the shape of where that little one is, and I can come in and get a little purple in my mix, make a dark hue. Look. Now you can see the face of the flower. Right here, I'll put that face again because we know we're coming right here, because remember, I kept this. Once I had this and this, I used to ride long distance trail.
Yeah.
Think of the Man from Snowy River, but on the downhill scene, but all the time for fun. Like everything they did when they were running with Brumbies, which I would never do with the horse. Very well, I have, but it's you don't generally run expensive horses, place. But but the running where you ride the horse and you run through the trees real fast with a bunch of other people, and the first one at the end wins. I used to do that. And one of the things is I would use object relationships out in the woods. Like if you could only see one peak, I didn't orient off the sun. I found objects that would be in my view no matter where I was, that I could orient, and I knew where they were in relationship to camp.
Ah.
I still do this strategy. I don't know if that strategy that I use in my art came from the time with my horses, or I created that strategy on the horses because of my art. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. I can understand it.
These are on the side brushstrokes, and I'm going to do these a little bit because this is a very full flower. It's almost like a mum. Notice here. All right, I know I need to keep making these little side quests in these paintings that I should make into shorts, but I have a cool side quest when I finish this flower.
All right.
I'm going to show you, and it's going to change how you paint flowers forever.
Another one.
I don't want to make you not come back, but once you see it, I'm just come around with this color. I'm just laying in this initial flower, right? I've got the brown underneath. I've got value. I'm okay. Paint's on the canvas. I'm just trying to capture the space that it exists in. I'm going to come into my dark color here. Darker than that.
Darker.
See, I just took the paint that was on my brush and I put it into the purple. And that way there's sort of a hue harmony. And I'm coming in and making a dark value that comes out all the way around here. Maybe I might even bring a dark value there. And I think I'm going to bring a little dark value right here. Just for later. You'll see how I use it. I'm going to make some petals that are facing us a little more, and I need the shadow to do that. And I've got the center of the flower, and I want to really pop it and shape it. So that's why. We have to get here. Let me dry it, and I'm going to show you a trick about a flower that's going to explain.
Show you a trick about a flower.
Another trick about a flower.
All right. So this is going to be after this. We'll get to it. We'll do a trick.
And then we'll have flower tricks. So that'll be pretty interesting. We'll just thoroughly dry this so that you can do the next layer too, and that'll be important because your painting is built up of layers, and so that's important to keep in mind. Layers, layers, layers. Alright, I didn't think she was going to be drying that long, but you can see the texture on there, and that texture from the thick paint is actually what you have to make sure it gets thoroughly dried. So alright. Next step?
Yeah.
Or are we gonna do it? We're gonna do a
Trick about a flower.
trick and then a step, or is this trick a step?
Flower. Flower center, right?
Okay.
I usually make it more round so you can see what I'm talking about. This works for eyelashes. It works for flowers. It works for a lot of things.
All right.
I'm gonna just grab a little bit of red and purple just so you can see it. All right.
This is one of those things where, the other battery set dies. So hold on just a second, and this is unexpected. Whoosh. See, I had to make her disappear so I can walk over here and I go bloop, 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 bloop. And then I can reach into the battery compartment and then go here. And then it's weird because these were fresh batteries. Both sets. So I think I must have, she's mixing purple, so that's what she's doing. And then she's keeping that's the way her brush stays fresh. And so she'll probably be able to hear her now again. Let me walk back over and then turn her mic back on, and you can probably hear her.
Okay. So now, on the top of the petal is vertical. On the left, mild curve left. On the right, mild curve right. Right? And I do this until I come here, and then this, believe it or not, has a mild curve up. Let me get that better. Mild curve up. So as I get to here, that kind of straightens out, and then it begins to meet that one. Then this one is sort of definitely also, think of a clock, right? So coming through here, I know I'm going to curve there, but I'll straighten out and switch. There's my straighten out. I'm going to do this again because I think I can explain it better again. You guys make me work so hard. Let's do it again. Center. Okay. I'm going to think of another way to do this. Center. Flowers. They've got a radial. If they have a radial face and they're facing you, lashes, lots of things. If they have a curve and that curve goes across an arc or a round surface, right? This is going to happen. So I'm going to myself a round flower center. Let's say I've got a petal here, petal here, petal here. This is just sort of the shape of my flower, right? That's the size, and it comes around in about, it's going to take up about this much space. I just added some quinacridone purple. So on this side, start to curve towards that left, and then as I approach this, I straight back out and change my direction. Change my direction. This will be hidden. It will actually be a subtle shift, but that's what I'm doing. And I'm also trying to make sure that these outer petals have something to do with the size of the flower. So see how I'm curving around? I'm showing you this kind of weird, awkward action so you understand the hidden events. I'm on my right-hand side. So I can just do it even like freehand. This is that patterning. This is what you're essentially doing. Yeah. It's a mess, but it works. You can slow down, and when you start to understand that, and then you get forward-facing petals, there isn't a flower you don't just own.
Right.
Let's own our flowers. Are we owning them yet? I don't know. More orange. Let's take a little bit of our lemon yellow and our quinacridone, mix a fun orange. And I'm going to get my titanium white involved. I don't want a wet brush, and I'll get some zinc. I just can't. There we go. I switched to zinc because I just didn't want to. I'm just touching up these back petals. Now, it's at this stage that you make flowers messy. And that you can start talking about, all right, let's get a little bit of cad red and cad yellow. I just need orange here. There is some titanium white there. Now I'm going to get a little bit of my cad red and my cad yellow, but it really needs to be a yellow orange. I'm going to come in and get some forward petals. Flat side down. I got a little white, so you can see what I'm doing. See how those petals are sort of on the edge towards us. I'll come back with some yellow and yellow that later. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to capture the highlights where those petal edges will go. Getting a little bit of zinc white involved. What I like about these brushes is the way that they paint. What I don't love is that you do have to pay attention to your load. Just adding little highlights. We're just starting to think about these a little more.
Yeah.
I can do my cad red and my lemon yellow too. Or just cad red the whole and cad yellow the whole way through. That's also fine. Notice how I'm just kind of putting in some shorter petals.
I do.
I can get a little bit of yellow and white. There we go. That's the kind of pop I'm looking for. Little yellow and white. I'm just finding the tips of them. A little more orange than it is. A little more sherbety.
Huh.
That's where I'm going for. I'm looking for sherbet. Let's make sure that the edges of the petals, and then they come in. You have that highlight. And what you want to have is shadows between the layers. See how we're building it up? I know I've got a center. If you lose your center, don't stress about it too much. You can get it back. Sometimes I roll my brush out on my paper towel just to get a better load.
Yeah.
Just because I need a better load. Gonna wait to get those again. I think I'm going to use that white trick for a couple spots on the petals because it will allow me to create some very specific.
Right. I like how bright the yellow comes out, though.
And come in the center with a little orange and purple right there. And I go up and down. And do that again, a little orange and purple.
Orange and purple.
It's like a dark red orange.
It is.
And a little bit there. So that's just holding where I know my center will eventually be. I just got to keep that. And I know that that's there as I'm pulling away all these darker purples. See how suddenly I have a big, giant, multi-petaled flower?
Yeah.
A little more lemon yellow to my orange. Very sherbety. Just on the edge of that petal. A highlight on the edge of that petal. Highlight the edge of that petal. Maybe a little bit on the toe of that one that's bending towards you. Catch that. We're going to start highlighting petals. A little white over here and some lemon yellow, cad red. There was some quin magenta in there earlier. The reason we're always kind of smudging through so many mixes is there's this thing being created called a mother color. And that is helping us create a unified color theory throughout the painting. When you have a color that's consistently in your mixes and then you don't have it someplace in your painting, it creates a color kind of, my mom likes to call it a color surprise. She's like, it's a color surprise. This is me where I'm thinking about how this flower is constructed and where the candle has caught the petals. Oh, it's just gotten fatter and fatter, hasn't it? Over fattened it, but I don't care. Now I'm liking it, so it's going to stay that way. Over here, just a couple of the petals. Capture some in light, right? Like, yeah, they're down lower, but maybe some light hit them. Come over here. So those are bent back. See how I bent those back? I bent them back with the highlight. I didn't do any particular brush stroke or anything. I just went over one that was already there, and I used a very light color, and that, see how that created levels?
Yeah.
So that's what's not happening for you sometimes. When I see your stuff and you guys like, you know, what's gone wrong? What isn't happening for me? And I'll be like, oh, well, what I believe you have going on. I think I'm actually going to do it like that. It's a little bit there. I like that a lot. Little light on the flower. We're exaggerating lights on the flower because you know they have a reason to have it exaggerated. What I'm trying to do is get a position. Sometimes what you're seeing me do is look for position on my brush to get the brush stroke the way I want it.
Right.
I'll tell you right now, when you work on a device and then you work in Canvas, what will often happen is that you can flip a thing around like you're doodling on your phone. You know, you can flip a phone, you can change a thing, you can, you know, do a lot. But when you're on your canvas and you're filming, you don't want to be flipping the canvas constantly on people because they don't like it. Gonna get a little bit of my green and my burnt sienna. I think I'm ready for a new step.
Are you?
And I'm gonna get a little bit of my cad yellow over here. And I'm mixing it in. And then I'm also kind of adding a little white. And on some of it, I'm going to add a little burnt sienna. So some that's more yellow and some that's more brown with white in it. We can see that. And earlier, remember when we painted the leaves without painting the leaves? So we're going to paint some leaves.
Oh, thank you, Mary.
So I'm using a little bit. Thank you, Mary. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Mary. You guys are amazing. I don't know what's going on, but thank you so much. Actually, this really helps. We're building the children's studio right now, and I just got shelves like the primaries in, and we're lighting, and we just realized we need to do new streaming equipment.
All sorts of things.
Yes, you guys really help us. I'm going to come over here into my orange with this green. It's very strange. I'm going to get a little like lemon yellow in it, and you can see that gives me different values. One of the other things we're going to do, take your green, your weird green, over to the other colors that you have mixed around. And put, I know it's hard to be playful like this, but you should try and be playful if you can. Look, I'm adding even a very light one up here. So I've got a very light version of the green. I can come over my leaves that I have. And then if you go into your yellow ochre mix there, you can have a weird kind of little beigey leaf. I'm just trying to make little marks, little thoughts, little moments. Get into this little weird red here. See how it starts to make a still life you can...
Yeah. Whoa, Deb, thank you.
Deb? Deb, thank you. Thank you, Deb. This
Deb,
really helps. It really does.
So Deb,
We are in... So we do have some interest from companies, and they do on occasion say stuff, but right now we're still buying a lot of our stuff for the show and everything, and so it really does help that we're having to put new equipment and everything. If you have kids, Mondays for sure on Facebook Live, maybe on YouTube and Twitch someday coming soon. I don't know when. We have to fix the streaming software.
mm-hmm.
But come by. There's free gift for the kids. Oh, did you just reclip me? Don't clip. Unclip me.
Didn't clip at all.
Oh, it's so tight down my back.
I think it just got adjusted.
I could not move my head. I was like, what is happening? I feel like I'm a horse in a hackney bridle. I'm like,
Nah.
Okay, fine. That was a very strange reference. Let's continue on our painting. We could use a new step.
Continue on.
Let's continue on. Let's put some purple in. Let's get into our purple. I've done a lot of other. Let's get into some purple. How have I used no phthalo blue?
I don't know. That's your blue, not mine. Oh, wow. Fly me to the moon. Thank you, too.
Wow, thank you. And I want to thank Grace Porter and Mary Myers and our mods and our regular, every Angela. We got the green and Maxwell and just everyone who shows up and is constantly there for us. I'm going to take, here's what I'll do. I'll take a little bit of my ultramarine blue and my dioxazine purple. Mix it in with some white. And yes, that is the smoky purple that I'm seeing. So that will be my dark purple. So what I'm doing is I'm finding the darkest value that I would have in my purple. And I'm going to do a weird thing here. I'm going to add a little burnt sienna. So dox, purple, ultramarine blue, and a little burnt sienna. Tell yourself where your center your flowers. Your center your flowers right here. Now here, I don't have, it's behind the, I don't have to worry about that part. So I only have to worry about the part that shows. And I'm coloring some dark purple, just enough so that it's going under the flower. Even though you can't see every brush stroke, I will religiously curve the stroke. I will. And I do that just so that I don't get into the painting and then completely lose myself. Now on the flower that's facing down, I'm going to come down here. And this is a lot darker than that flower is going to be. Same rules about curving, I'm just curving them with an upward flow. Get into my green, and I haven't rinsed out. That will gray it, and I like that. I'm going to get into a little brown and black. Now this leaf, right, it's a little more focal. Let's talk a little bit about how I did that.
All right.
Do the gesture of the leaf. That's the curve of the structure. This side I've decided is less in view, so these curves will be shorter. This side is closer and more in view. These curves will be longer. Now my brush is kind of getting dry, so it's not doing the magic stroke like it does sometimes. So let's.
Right.
But you can see it's more about the curve and the shape of the leaf. And some of the painting shows through underneath. And there's, so a lot of times I'll be like, oh, and then I go. And then you can make one longer. And there's a lot of different leaf shapes. And it's okay if it's dry, right? You're just curving that out. Now it's kind of a dark value in here, but I might want it even darker. I might even come and get a little more burnt sienna and green in my brush that's a little darker, but I haven't rinsed it out. There we go. Just a shade. See how that's like more in shadow?
Yeah.
That for a second the leaf was coming forward too much.
You just put it back in the shadow a little bit.
Put it back in the shadow, because what we want is things to be. I'm using my lighter green. I'm making some kind of a little highlight to that leaf. We're going to come back and play with that later, some definition and stuff, but we just sometimes have to. This one is coming out here. How that just comes over the candle. We build it out.
Oh, and Lori.
Lori!
Thank you.
Lori!
Wow, guys.
I'm going to be so good to y'all's kids.
Yeah.
They are going to be drawing kitties, horses, and axolotls, and wombats, and pangolins, and all the cool animals, and all the cool. And I will, for your children, do cars.
Yeah.
Once I figure out a way to explain cars easily to kids. But I will do it for your kids. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support that you guys give me.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I'm coming over here into my brown. Now, just in case you missed it, over here we had a kind of, there was yellow ochre over there. There was burnt sienna. There was phthalo green. It was getting in there. We added some white, got some cad yellow. And then over here we added a lot more cad yellow and a little more white. And so we had two values, but we've been adding more colors to this pile. So that's what's been happening over here. If you're just like, wait, where did all those colors come from? That's where. I'm going to add a little more of my yellow in here. But I'm going to do an interesting thing. I'm going to get some white in. And I don't mind if the yellow ochre comes in. So what I'm looking for is a lighter value. A little more brown. See me coming over the top and just painting a highlight on that leaf.
Yeah.
Not everything has to be a highlight, but there should be something. Like even this one might have like a little highlight there.
Nice highlight.
Because it hit the light. See how it's coming out and hit the light? I'm exaggerating that right now, but that's a thing that's happening. Just in case you weren't aware it was happening.
Hit the light.
On your surface. So good, y'all's kids. It's going to be a great show.
Yeah.
And getting better and better and better and better and better. Okay, so here's the rule. You can come watch me. And it'll be here on the channel as soon as we can dual stream. Because you guys are okay with Facebook, but didn't love Facebook. So we're on Facebook right now until we solve the dual streaming thing and we can buy a new computer for it. But like, so on Monday, I'm sorry, I'm just so excited. It's actual
very
day.
exciting.
And we're going to be drawing. We're going to draw super fun stuff and we're going to be silly. And I'm going to be like, the little markers, they're going to have event. I'm going to be a goof. So you just got to be like, we accept your goof for the kids, the goof for the kids, because that's what they need. They need even more than you do to know that it's okay and you don't have to erase and mistakes are optimal. Because they're told in school mistakes are not optimal. But in art, nothing better can happen to you and then go, whoa, that didn't work because now you know a thing that you didn't know before. All right,
Be excited about it.
I'm excited about it. I'm going to add a little white now.
All right.
To my flower. That was my purple mixture from earlier. All right, so I had a little ultramarine blue, I had a little diox purple, I had and a little burnt sienna, and that's how I was getting that grade kind of purple. I'm coming here and start adding those little. Let's make sure we've still got a dark purple over here. So we're going to take a little purple and a little ultramarine blue and a little burnt sienna. So it's got white in it, but I need a darker to lighten it up with, if that makes sense. There we go. Yeah. And maybe a little more brown. I could have added yellow or yellow ochre too.
Mm-hmm.
Would have worked. Over here, a lighter petal, as you can see, but not quite as light as what's, in that light. I'm going to come in and add these little lighter petals. Little aster style flowers. It's going to be so good. The kids are going to love it. It's going to be so great. Oh, and we have a group for kids.
We do, yeah.
Now listen, it's Facebook, so if your kid's on Facebook, but they don't have to be because we have it set up where the primary question is, are you a guardian of a kid? So it's also a place to share your kid's art. Mm-hmm. And Luna was excited about it because Luna was doing art on Roblox. I don't know if you caught this, John. I'm going to put some of these. Remember the faces right here. Luna, there's this thing called Roblox and you can do art and Luna's like amazing at it. So good. Blows my mind. Can't even believe. And I asked Luna, let's continue to curve these little strokes of the darker purple through. Why are you doing the Roblox? And Luna was like, well, I like the challenge and the tools are difficult and I like, the interaction and all this stuff. But I noticed that every time Luna would do an amazing rendering, these like art bullies would come and color over it. I don't know if you know this and your kids are on Blurbox, but ask them if they're coloring and do they have people coloring over their art that they created. And I was like, I don't know how you do it, Luna, because I would be super mad. That would be very upsetting to me to have somebody just walk right up and color over it. Because we're going to come back.
Because they can't stand to have somebody better than them in there, yeah.
That's what that's what Luna's taking is like, well, I guess, they just are frustrated that I'm good. And I'm like, well, that could be it because you are good. And Luna is good. So see how I'm kind of crushing this out here so that the center of the flower.
Kind of crushing it there.
Yeah. Kind of crushing and shortening that flower here so that center is still face down and is a little bit terry, crepe papery. And that's what I'm kind of trying to create is that sense of delicateness and stuff. So I was like, did you know I have a group where we can share your art and nobody's going to be mean? And if you want to see some of Luna's art, Luna also did a coloring challenge, wanted to take place, and it's posted in the shorts. It's one of the boost signs. It's the one with the ghost, I think. And wow, nobody would color over it. So I'm very excited. I just want to thank everyone who's supporting this kids show, and you're going to love it. It's going to be amazing.
Yes.
And simple. And actually, I think some of the parents might actually like it. I'm using the lighter color here. What I'm doing is I'm kind of getting the sense that some of these petals, right, have a little bit more candlelight on it. Maybe the inner ones. And then you can kind of like, so say there's one that's there, you can kind of touch that outer edge with light.
Yeah.
And kind of imply, oh, that one has a little more light on it. See how I put light on just the petal?
Yeah.
This is still life painting, man. By the way, if you're after pets, if you're trying to make money in your art after pets, still life.
Yeah.
Safe bet. If you're just art is getting hard and people are getting tight with their cash and stuff because they're not buying as much and you're like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? Am I going to have to go on YouTube like this lady? No, you don't. Pets and still lifes for the hard times, my friends. And when pets stop being good for the hard times, then kids.
Yeah.
And you gotta be able to do kids' portraits. But really, nowadays, people really, I added some more brown to my color and I lightened it. Are really, really, you know, they'll treat their pets to some portraiture. So you're really investing in the ability to keep your lights on.
Yeah.
Remember Dan Backer?
I do.
I should make an art story time. Once upon a time, there was an artist named Dan Backer, and he made motorcycles and metal sculptures. He was a very large and funny man.
All sorts of things.
And he had, his dad was actually pretty well off. He had a dealership, but he had, I don't know, he decided to go live his life his way. You know how kids do.
Yeah.
And so they might have been a little out of contact. And he found himself out of money and no options and no work as a welder. It was just a weird situation. And all he had was his torches and nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
And he went around and he collected beer cans and he turned them into little dudes. And then he welded them to rebarb that he found as stakes. And he went around and sold them to garden stores. I don't like the statement starving artists. We don't starve.
No.
We're creative. We will find a way. I don't
That's
know
right.
what you all are looking at, but it ain't us. Because we're picking up trash cans, turning them into little beer nuts and selling them at craft festivals so we can get home.
That's right.
Which, by the way, they all sold through. And it ended up turning into a big giant life career for him. So who knows?
Turned out to be pretty good.
So that's my life lesson. Let's continue on. Now, you remember it was ultramarine blue, Doc's purple, a little burnt sienna, and some titanium white. And what are we doing here? We're finding where the candle hits us. Well, we know the candle's probably going to hit us right there, so I need some more white right there.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, we say thank you to everybody out there. We say thank you to Lori and to Deb and to everybody who'd been giving in super chat. We really appreciate it.
Right here. See how I use this brush delicately to make those petals look a little torn?
Yeah.
Which, let's be honest, they get a little torn. I do. A little darker. Maybe a little more blue. More brown. Black, black, black. Come here and tap up and down some black, black, black. Right there in the center at first. It's weird. You start their centers with black. I go tip, tip, tip. Tip, 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 just because it got a kind of spiky little center.
They definitely want a link for the Kids Monday class.
Okay. There's an event on the Facebook page.
Will we be texting it out?
Yes, I'm texting it out.
Well, so if you're on our website and you're signed up for our text messaging, you'll see it that way.
And there's a newsletter going out to let you know about if you want to upgrade your patronage to $15 or above so you can take place of the Zoom class that we're doing. And I'm sorry I have to do it at that. That's just where we figured out because it's intensive. Again, because it's not just you watching me paint like you do here. It's us painting together. So that's really one-on-one. And we kind of came up with a class after the retreat because everybody really wanted something to go on that was like the retreat because the retreat's so special. So you can see I'm just kind of shading this flower. That's all I'm doing. I'm just shading the flower. I'm just figuring out where it is. And Now I can come in here and add a little zinc white. Look how there's just a little blue. Just a little blue. So the blue helps that just feel a little more in shadow. Even though it's still sort of there, it's sort of in shadow, and I like that. Not purple enough. Okay, I love it. It's perfect. I know I'm being fussy, but what are you going to do? Let's paint on pumpkins some more. New step.
Right.
Cad red, cad yellow. I'm not even, I guess today is a debrush day. This is a debrush number 4. I'm not being pig-headed. It's just how it worked out. John teases me about this stuff all the time. I'm just getting some more yellow and I'm mixing it through. I just want a lighter orange. Just popping up here. So where are we looking for the light? In these spots here, and it's going to go across these ridges, right? That's how we know. That's how we know. And a little bit there. And then, of course, right? The top of the pumpkin would probably have some, right?
Yeah.
A little bit. And then, but it will have some shadow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a highlight, and then I'll come back and shade it. Same thing as the flower. I don't know if any of y'all noticed that. But it is. You notice that the segmenting of the segments is the same as the flowers, the same as the lash. Went and had to do an anatomy of a horse cadaver and peel it and draw it, peel it and draw it, and peel it and draw it. That level. We're never going to do that on this channel. And it's probably why I was never, ever, I was wondering today, like, why was I never attracted to that? I'm like, oh yeah, it was the horse thing.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I was like, this is an out. This is out for me. I'm not doing it.
Not doing this one.
All right, a little more red into our yellow mix. We're just getting deeper, richer reds. And remember, you can tone your red with purple, right? So if I need it to be a bright value, but I want it to be desaturated, I can just tone it with purple. In the pumpkins, I tend to use, for the most part, purple instead of black. I'm just going into my docs. But I will also be doing a glazing to get the result I want. So it's going to be 2-tiered. More yellow, please. There, we're shading that segment. Well, we're adding a highlight, so not so much shading, but how we're creating that value difference to create that form. Now, the next few coming up are not as long, so don't be stressed. We got some, I'm going to have us be chill for a minute before we get deep into some complicated winter scenes, my friends. And back into the orange. Oh, I don't know if y'all knew this, but a crazy thing happened yesterday. More orange.
What crazy thing happened yesterday?
I get woken up and John's like, 7,000 people have been added to group and we don't know who did it. Facebook group. And I'm like,
I keep sneezing, so I'm muting myself.
no. I was going crazy. I was like, what do you mean? No one's supposed to do that. Who did that? Whose account is hacked, man? We were doing like triage nonsense. We were doing like hacked account protocols and all this stuff. And, we're just trying to be nice because like these poor people have just been mass invited into a group, which is like, I don't do generally because I don't want to intrude on people's lives. And so I just haven't really been in the habit of sending out invites to the group. Like, you want to join it, you join it. It's a great place. If you want to show your art and not be yelled at by anybody and treated nicely, it's a great place. And so we're sitting and trying to figure it out, and it looks like it's the page that's done it. And I'm like, the page has been hacked? I'm like, the page has so much security. And then I realized I mess with spammers all the time. I've been doing it on Facebook, and I've been just everywhere messing with spammers. And I'm like, oh, they wrote an AI script because all the messages coming in are like, I love your art. It's so great to be here. Here's my first painting. I'm like, the script is insane. Because it just like, it was inconceivable to me that 7,000 people would be like, yeah, I could join that group. But it turns out I had just signed up for a Facebook group growth thing. They're like, they'll ask you questions. Do you want to be in group growth? And I'm like, yes, I like group growth. Sure. And then one day they just find people that
They just grow
watch
your group.
me from my page, and the page then invites because that's who Facebook has. So
Yeah.
welcome to the group.
Hello.
If you're new to the group, it's so good to have you. And I would have invited you. I just didn't know I could, which is probably why Facebook did that. Let's continue on. I'm going to get a little black. And I'm going to get a little. Now, one thing I would do in future is turn the second pumpkin so its stem goes back in. I'm taking black and I'm just very lightly going under here. Just so barely. Barely under here. I have water in my brush, and so this is almost a glaze. It's very transparent. I'm just putting it through, just making sure, and I'm going to glaze right here. See how that's just a glaze with water? Just a glaze with water. I think I need a lighter one. Messing with my flowers. Now, more yellow into your orange. That's your cad red, cad yellow.
Yep.
Notice that these are bigger and then become smaller as they go around the radial. Have you all picked up on that yet? And I'm just kind of light and loose with this brush. Brown in it, a little purple in it. A little dark purple. Sometimes I'll just be like, no, be more defined, and then it's like, I'm as defined as I've ever needed to be. What is wrong with you? I'm gonna take this yellow ochre over into the green mix from earlier. Interestingly enough, that's our leaf mix from the previous step. Little bit of white into the yellow, but it's kind of close to orange. You notice how I did that there? I haven't even put the biggest highlights on yet. Look at that. Okay, dry everything. We have more work to do, my friends, but we're getting there.
Just gotta keep drying.
Yeah.
Take a quick drying break. Bloop. And wow, there's a lot. We're so close to on this. I can see that we're getting closer and closer. It's a flameless candle with some light. I can see that. That's kind of neat. But she thinks she's saving some CAD for that later too, or something. She said something about that earlier. I don't remember what she was saving for the. Oh yeah, she wanted that though. But that's coming. This has really turned out into a really, really nice, just still life. Yeah, I think that's called it still lives.
Still lifes.
This is a still life.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a couple paintings still for sale on the website if you are
Well,
wanting to collect any art.
we'll get
There's
more
a
out there.
couple, and then yeah, there'll be more. And we're so good at sales. Yeah, there'll be more. Don't
Yeah,
worry about
at some
missing out.
point, we gotta get there.
Yeah.
I mean,
And then yeah, there's a Zoom class coming up, which is it's a Zoom class, but it's one where we have structured Q&A, and you can show me what you're doing. And I'm making sure to invite some people who have painted with me in person before, so there'll be somebody to break the shy ice. And that is going to be on the first Sunday and the second Sunday of the month, and there'll be about an hour and they're going to be one Hooters. We're going to get back to the beginning. That way, it can help all of you no matter where you're at. So if you're very advanced, you can just wing this out and be like, "What can I do?" But if you're like coming in entry level, you can be like, "How do I mix that color again?" And we're like, so we're all together. And so there's just a great, fabulous thing. And you can check out, we're going to be unifying everything, but you can check out everything kind of an early peek over on Patreon. And then everything will be unified across our website where we have patrons. And of course, on YouTube here, we have patrons. And the reason I said at 15 is because we have YouTube patrons at $15. And then that's it. And so I just wanted to make sure they had something. Did we dry?
Yeah, I think you did.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my round brush. This is one of my favorite brushes in the world. It's number 6 Raphael Sepia. Comes in a 2-pack. I love it a lot. I'm going to come over to my candle. I'm going to get a little of my white paint. Now, imagine there's a wick. You got to come up about there. See how I left a little spot between the top of the candle and that. Nope, there's not a hot cut there. John?
I was over reading what people were saying.
I know. All right, so see that space? It's
there.
that important. I mean, John, go look at it so you can see that little bit of space. This is
gap.
all of your flame suddenly leveling up. Now, from that dot, I'm going to bring up a little bit of a nice little line. And I like to allow it to wander a little bit. See how it wandered a little bit? It wasn't a perfectly straight line. Just a little bit wet. Now, let's make sure I can see. Come down a bit towards the left and a bit towards the right. It's wider it has like a nice little belly that comes out and then it tapers in. But what you want is that little arc.
Yes.
And you're like, white? I thought fire was yellow. Fire is different colors depending on how hot it is and how bright it is relative to the objects around it. So in photography, often it will read almost as a white, and then it has just a little bit of a glow or a hue or something to it. Now I'm going to take my candle color from earlier, and I'm going to get on my brush and come over to my white. You can use your glazing medium if you need to. Come into my candlestick color with a little more white. We're just starting to think about how this wonderful brass candle shades out. Now let's bring a little bit of our cad red and our cad yellow together. And a little bit of brown.
Oh yeah.
Tap, tap, tap,
Little
tap, tap, tap,
flower
tap, tap, tap,
accent.
tap. Just a hint of it in there. Right, now I'm going to come into my black, interestingly enough. It's a surprising color, I know. My gray. So I added a white, and so that's got a little bit of that warm color, but a lot of the gray. And even a little more. I'm going to come over here. Notice that it's okay that the brush isn't bright colors. I'm not looking for bright colors. I'm looking for values over color. How light or dark it is. Can I nail that value? Yep. It's a green screen that I look at. Oh, if you're wondering, what does she look up at? Green screen.
Your reference. Yeah, the reference screen.
Well, so what it is a shot of what's on. So I look up here because there's screens of what that camera can see.
Yeah.
So I can see it from a distance, even though I have to sit right on top of it. That's why we have it that way. Okay, how we doing? I can't wait, Lori. I miss Lori's, I think. Lori, thank you so much.
It's been so much love from our community today. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much. It just helps. And the show is going to be cool. So it's at on the Facebook page. I don't remember its time. Maybe one of the mods. Can one of the mods say the time? Because I'm like, my brain is just
for
crunching. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm going to get white on my brush and I kind of roll it all together so I get a light value, but the colors that I've had in here are still there. You will see me sometimes like use a color in a variety of places. Okay, over to my stem color. Got some yellow ochre in it, and it picked up some burnt sienna, and I don't mind. Go ahead and get some white.
Wow, this is just so nice.
Make sure you give that stem a highlight.
Oh, thank you, Patty.
Thank you, Patty. Patty, thank you, Patty.
And thank you, Amber.
Amber, thank you. And thank you, everyone who's been here since 1.
Yes.
Just with your time. Thank you. Thank you to everybody. Let's continue. Notice that I touch this brush up and down. Right? Look at how I make those rough brush strokes. Here, there's a little green in this. There's a yellow in this. It's white. It just is so perfect for your basic squash little stem, for your edible forest, your food forest. So you can come here and find those little highlights on the top, and I can even paint structure. It's just extraordinary what you can do and how much fun it really is. A little bit of my orange, my darker orange, purple in it. I'm using this to make sure that there's some. So one of the things is I just want to make sure that my petals have some personality.
Yeah.
So you'll see me check that on occasion. Be like, can my petals have enough personality? I don't know. I hope so. Now orange up these pumpkins for a second. And I'll use my angle brush. More yellow, a little bit of cad red. What I'm doing is I'm kind of glazing over the shadows at the top. You see how I'm doing that? Yellow is certainly more than transparent enough to
Wow, that's just so cool. I like how that has come together.
a little bit of orange, but it's a brighter orange, and I'll just glaze over. And you can see I use glazing medium so that I have a little control over the transitioning, right? Now, I want to definitely get a little bit of this color right here, which was my orange, into my black. I've still got glazing medium. Add a little shadow. See how the shadows make kind of a big deal?
Mm-hmm.
I'm adding a little of that shadow there. And actually, if I go into my purple and I get my glaze and I haven't rinsed my brush, see how I pushed all that back further into a shadow?
Uh-huh.
Can do that. And then that side of the pumpkin can be a little more in shadow. I can
Just
see
beautiful.
everything underneath. It just helps me keep it together.
It really just came together here in this.
It comes, yeah, and we only have this little bit over here. It's like actually pretty nice now. Gonna get, interestingly enough, I need my cad yellow. I don't really like lemon yellow for a flame, personally.
Yeah.
Kind of glaze over that. Put kind of a white hot center in the middle. See that? Glaze over it, hot center in the middle. Black. Don't touch the candle. Don't weirdly touch the wick to the candle. I don't know how to explain why that's true, but I mean, I do. John could probably do it better, but I'm taking a little bit of my cad red and my cad yellow, touching the top of my wick.
You just made that little dot there.
Yeah, just that little dot, just doing that dot, doing our thing. Okay, we're going to take this all in for a second. We're nearly done. I know it feels big, but I think we've got but 30 minutes left.
Everybody thinks this is just beautiful. You need to dry this?
I do, and when we add that glow, and again, remember we put that
You knocked
you're going to be just loving it.
So, yeah, you knocked your So, just letting her know she tonked her earphone off. Badoop. And then while we badoop away, that's us badooping to a commercial break because I have to push the badoop button periodically. I'm going to go adjust this for cinnamon. We're just going to be drying for a moment, and while I come over here, and I'm going to go see if I can go in the hands and see what I can do. Oh, try that. that will clip that away from your ear. Does that help? I think that helps. She had a little trouble with it pushing in her ear, and that's not good. I mean, after a few hours, we're only here 3.5 hours. Wow, thank you.
And that's a huge deal, right? Yeah. All right.
The 20th step.
20th step. I know. Like I said to John, and he's like, "How are you doing for today?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm scared. I'm so scared." I'm like, I went and bit off way more than I could chew. No. So I'm coming here not to paint, like to sit and paint with my eyes closed, but sometimes remember explaining a big project like this in detail. I'm continuing to mix the blue into that. So I've got the purple acting as my yellow. I've got ultramarine blue into the dioxazine, and it just makes this nice, wonderful petal color. So I'm going to come down here. I think I actually might bring a petal up over the stem just to be cheeky. Yeah, peeking out. I'm doing a little purple flower over here. There's another little purple flower kind of above. Nah, I think I put that too low, but that's okay.
Just purple flowers all over the place.
Well, you've got to.
Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you, Sandra. I'm going to add a little white to this mix. A little more burnt sienna. Roll my brush out. It's still that D-brush. Little light strokes. I don't paint individual petals. I paint value and the shape of flowers. So one of the things that can be really challenging to do is I'm adding a little more blue to some of the mix. And then I've got the lighter purple, so I can do this. So it's important to remember that you're not having to when you're trying to paint a lot of details, like a still life, you're not really painting all the details. You're just painting the shapes, right? Mm-hmm. Just the shapes, a little more white there. When I put the lighter petals over, it'll be good. So just try and remember, you don't have to paint every little petal perfectly. It is the symphony of flower that brings it all together. It's the way that the petals relate to each other. Now I'm going to grab a little white. A little blue got in there. And I actually figured out why I had turquoise out. I did not need to put out that much phthalo blue. So a lot of times what happens is I will put out phthalo blue. Now we're going to come here and layer this. Make a bellflower that's sort of open and crumpled on the table, if you guys can see that. Then I pulled that all up and it's sort of folded and open. Mm-hmm. It's a fun thing you can do.
Cables.
What was I saying, babe? My ADHD just...
You were talking about the flowers you're painting.
I don't paint the flowers. I just paint the shapes and I paint the values and I paint the way the petals relate to each other. I try not to get stuck in, even though I understand the structures. Yeah. And I'm actually going to go back to a more classical method and start some deconstruction and stuff and then do that method of and then doing it from memory, which is not what I prefer to do.
Yeah.
We did not paint from memory. I don't know how to explain this, but we did not paint from memory in our house. We had references, look at it, paint at it. And that's because we're all self-trained, really, is what it is. See all those wonderful little stem colors and everything from earlier and leaf colors and stuff? Let's get into it. So we've got our stem color from earlier, got some yellow ochre into it. Let's get some white into it. Some nice stem colors here. Ooh, that got in some light, didn't it?
Yeah.
Castaways, we are castaways. Ahoy there, ahoy there. We are castaways. Don't worry, I'm not singing on the kid show. I mean, I might trill like that, but I'm not teaching singing. I would bring in another teacher for that. I'm bringing Ryan O'Neill.
He would come sing for us.
Would he teach kids something about music?
I think he might.
Just in case
We'll
what?
talk to him.
Okay.
See
He's
what
so
he says.
far away. So what I'm trying to do here is put in some leaves that are in the distant back. And so I can use brown and black for that and gray my colors. I haven't rinsed. Right? And this gives us some nice dried foliage that we built out. I can get a little green into my mix and a little yellow ochre. See how these are hidden in the shadow?
Yeah.
I haven't even brought anything in front of the candle yet. It's just... A little more brown. We'll wipe off my brush. Interestingly enough, I'm not rinsing. I'm going to grab a little bit of my red and a little bit of my cad yellow. And if some purple got in there, it wouldn't make me sad. And that's because that's a great way to desaturate these bright fall colors, right? So I can work with something like cad, but by using dioxazine or other muting colors, I can get these beautiful results.
And you talked about why you put the phthalo blue out?
Yes, there is a reflection in here that has a slight phthalo cast.
Okay. That's what you were talking
Yeah, I just totally forgot. Sometimes, whoops, I did not mean to do that.
Yeah.
You ever do that where you're just like, your brain's like, what? Clean water. It's gone. I don't stress on it. Back into my wonderful, I had a nice little orange color with some purple in it, which was great. So what I'm doing is I'm thinking about the shape of this fall leaf.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to make sure that as I'm painting it, even loosely where my brain is filling out the leaf, that I've thought about how these are put together. And I try to, on some level, think about that. Be aware of it. Let's just take out a little bit of a, there we go. I just went right into my purple. Wasn't that just, what? Yeah, I know. But I like the purple over here. I think it's dramatic.
Yeah.
I'm just making nice little lines and little shapes that could be leaves, right? That's all we're doing. Back into the purple, a lot more white. I didn't even rinse out my brush. It's got some orange in it, and I'm not even worried about it. And that's how you paint like a pro.
That's so good.
Because at some point what happens is you're like, that's a good color, I need that. And you just take it over and you just work.
Yeah.
So now we were able to make it peek out, because if I come here now with my very, very light color,
Yeah.
that flower peeks out, doesn't it? There we go, a little highlight on that stem. What? Oh yeah, I feel totally confident in that. That's totally fine. All right, so I'm going to take a little bit of my black and my brown together. You find a little spot, and I'm going to come here and
Oh, that's brave to put that right over the top of that.
I know.
So brave.
But the truth is that I'm going to get a little bit of this. Is that we would.
We would.
If you set a still life together, you need to layer objects. They should not each occupy the same space. They have to have their own zone. A little bit of green. A little cad yellow. Probably overkill, but you know.
So, it's getting to be lunchtime when the kids are tiptoeing down the stairs to find out how much.
We're
longer.
almost done. We really are. We really are. I just have a few things I have to put in.
You're fine. It's just funny.
No, I know. Super fun. I'm gonna add a little bit of light to that leaf. A little bit of light to that one. I just want a little bit of light to come out and capture some of these flowers over here on the side. Otherwise, what was I doing? Okay, back to, remember these orange leaves that we had? Now we're going to come back in and we're add a little more red and a little more yellow. I promise you the fact that we're going to be ending soon isn't because you just said something, John. Just so later you're not worried.
Yeah.
I can't believe we had 7,000 people invited into group. I hope all of them join. I think they're going to be blown away. And by the way, join the kids group. It's a kids group. I prefer parent or that you have a guardian. That and don't contact. I don't take any messages from minors. You have to have a parent contact me. And I'm doing that because I'm modeling good behavior about internet safety. Not because I don't know you're wonderful. I love talking to you. All of you at all ages, and I know you're wonderful. But if you're a little brush, you got to have a big brush with you for direct messaging. Does that make sense? And the group is monitoring everything. It's Facebook, so it's really up to the parent. And I really liked it because I wanted a place to show Luna's art. I'm getting my bright little thing. Let's add some purple to this to darken it. And two, I want a place to share Luna's art too that's safe. So if you've got a kid you want to come brag on in that group, short of somebody we see come in marketing, what your kids paint is what they paint. The rules are kid specific. John was like, what do you do if you find an adult pretending to be a kid? And I'm like, to get paintings approved or because they're creepy? And he's like, to get paintings approved. And I'm like, I don't know. We'll have to face that time when it comes to it. I'm adding a little more. See how on this outer edge of this little leaf, I'm kind of coming here and shaping the sense of bend to the leaf by finding the highlights. Right, just going to rinse that out there a little bit just so I can hit the next pop of highlights. So I'm super excited about it. Please go by and join it. It's going to be free. The weekly, the kids are going to get a gift, some activity or project or process that they can print out, a free download that they can do, and it'll be thematic. And we're gonna do science, talk about some facts, like if we paint something cool, we're going to talk about why it's cool. So I think it's going to be fun. I'm going to make the show I wished I had as a kid. Yeah. Though I did have Secret City.
It's true.
I did. I had Secret City, and I have met Mark Kessler. I have met my hero. My mom worked for him. And I know there's Art Hub, but we're going to do something different. We're going to be teaching how to wash brushes, how to set out,
different things.
I'm so excited about it. I'm sorry. No, I'm talking about it. I'm using a light highlight. I'm just very excited about it.
Very excited.
It's
okay.
Please forgive me if you're here. You're like, oh my gosh, is he going to talk about this the whole time? I'm just super excited. I won't forever. I've added more purple. As you know, that's my favorite way to darken cat red. See, I've added. So if I go, I'm going to show you something. So if I take my yellow and I go, and I haven't rinsed anything, I haven't done anything, but I come right here. What is popping out of those shadows now, isn't it? It comes forward. That's what us artists are always talking about when we're talking to you guys about it comes forward, it goes back, it's
This is just
All right,
amazing.
one last step, and then,
You want another step?
I need another step because
All
I got to glaze and I got to put out some turquoise, and then we're going to sign because I love you. I'm going to finish all the little things.
It's going to finish all the things.
But I am getting tired, so we're going to be wrapping it up soon.
All right. Man, this has just been a doozy of a painting. It really has been. But I have to say, totally enjoying being here with you guys. Thank you for sticking out. The last bit here is just going to really bring it home. So just a little bit more, and we're on our 21st.
So
step.
usually it's this, and you could say a little
Wait, no,
extra.
that's the wrong one.
It's this and a little extra that finishes a painting. Like you work, but honestly, it's these.
There we go.
It is the final things that unfloats the pumpkin and makes everything have shape, and this goes a glow. So these steps are kind of important. I think I'm going to keep using my number 4 Raphael Textura. I don't know if it's my buddy or not, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to take a little bit of, man, it's so little, burnt sienna and phthalo blue. That's why I had the phthalo blue out. I can be in projects that are so big, I don't even know where I am. Right, so see this here? I'm going to come over there. It's kind of a... It's like a blue, green, gray. But on this, we'll read distinctly, weirdly, way bluer than it is.
Gotcha.
Well, I wanted to show you there. Need to probably ochre it out a little bit. See, I went into my ochre.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I took that into my ochre is so it was a little more integrated into the system. I have to decide if I do want to drop some fall leaves on here, so I think I'm going to hang in. Gonna find my way through. Isn't that a lovely little pop of color, though?
It really is.
Little titanium white. I don't care if it picks up on that.
Wow, this is just turned into such
Hang
a painting.
highlight to this. You know, make this interesting. Now, what I'm adjusting for is when I freehanded this in, I enlarged my objects and creeped it towards the edge. That happens sometimes when you're talking and painting. I call this effect slippage, but it's so minor now. When I was first painting, I was like, I would do paintings. I was like, why do you think you can paint? And then I realized what it is you struggle to talk and paint. It's talking and painting is hard. I actually think that's what keeps a lot of people off the platform.
You know, talking about anything you're doing while on camera is really hard. There's not a lot of things that make that it's easy to do there.
No, it's its own journey. Now, under this pumpkin, I'm going to come in. I've got my kind of orange color. I'm going to come into my purple. See how that's a glaze? I mean, a purple. I'm going to add glazing medium to it. I'm going to start to... Oh, I need darker than that. Come on, shadow pumpkin. Come forth.
The shadow pumpkin.
You must be my pumpkin shadow. You are amazing. I'm just trying to make sure that it's a little more seated. And I want to make sure that these two spaces... All right, once I have that in, I'll come back into my orange color. All right. Let me just come and put him back. Cad red, cad yellow. I don't mind that my brush is dirty. What does my brush dirty mean? It means that
You got more.
I get a more unified color. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not quizzing my husband, guys. I swear.
You're keeping me guessing. Making me wonder what you're doing all the time.
I don't want to make you wonder. Tell me if I'm making you wonder, because if I'm making you wonder, I'm not doing my job. The whole point of my job is that you don't wonder. Now I'm going to come here with a little more yellow. And again, we're going to pay attention to the fact that there's light. And this will take a couple touches to get right where I want it to be, but it's worth doing.
Yeah.
All right, we're just kind of really thinking about how he's registering over here. And he'll need a weird, I'm going to actually do a brown. Instead of a localized shadow, which is the color that is on the ground but darker.
Yeah.
Or the color that is here is darker. I'm going to do kind of a localized shadow, but I'm going to glaze too. So I'm going to combo up some skills. I've also got to get into my red and yellow, and I don't mind it picks up some thing. I got to put some leaves here.
Oh, those little ground leaves.
Mm-hmm.
That looks so good with the texture that you put down there.
Now, I'm not going to have them be like one color. That's not what we're going to do.
Sure.
And what I'm going to have to do is put one, because I creeped, what I'll do to correct for the composition. Fold a leaf over the If you fold the leaf over the side, it will unify everything a lot more. I'm going to take a little bit of my purple, make sure that I shade some of this. So you're actually seeing how I think things out. So I'm like, oh man, like compositionally, by pulling. Okay, so why did I do that?
Why?
My composition had creeped towards the viewer, which is going to create, I don't know, a sense of anxiety. Like have you ever done that thing where you're trying to mess with somebody? Well,
Yeah.
all right. Have you ever been on a bad date? It's probably just a me thing, but have you ever been on a bad date? Have you ever realized that this person was so full of red flags that you might have accidentally gone out with a sociopath?
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh. Are you now glad that you are in a coffee shop with other people? Did you take neurolinguistic programming because your parents were into real estate and all this crazy stuff in the 80s? And so you realized that if you every time he looked away, moved an object slightly closer to him across the table during the conversation, you don't give him any other clues. And then at the end, everything was over on his side of the table. And did he get up and run away and leave? Not that nicely. But every woman around me was like, how did you do that? Because he was one of those, I took you out and I paid for dinner. And so we're going to have some sort of. And I'm like, that wasn't the date we talked about kind of a thing. Like, and this is just coffee and it's not that good of a scone. But, yeah, so a lot of people were like, how did you do that? And that's that thing. When you crowd the viewer, my long-winded way of telling you, when you crowd the viewer, when you crowd them and you push objects up on them, you impact their emotional state. And if that's what you want, that's fantastic. But by putting these objects further back in the design, it invites the viewer in. When I bring them up here, the viewer has to decide how they relate to it. By taking the leaf over the edge, I extend the space, and it's like when a cat kind of closes its eyes and touches you with a paw, where they're like, not gonna murder you.
Yeah.
No murder. You're literally saying to the viewer, yes, it's intimate, but come on in. That's why I did that, to correct for crowding. Does that help? I don't know.
It does.
I don't know if anyone ever
Totally
tells anybody
helps.
that, but that's why I did it. Sorry, I know you guys got to go, and I got to go, and the kids are hungry.
You're okay.
You got to know. Okay, I'm going to get back into my oranges, and we know these oranges are I think I grabbed there it is. Same brush. I could have switched brushes. Now I'm on this brush kick. So I'm going to take my red and my yellow. I don't mind that there's purple in there because I need to gray it. desaturate it, push it back. Fancy ways of saying make the color not so bright. A little more yellow, a little more red. Just trying to make sure that these objects are as painted as everything else, right? If I add, I can add a lot more. Yep, I'm going to tip this one over too, and then I'm going to have it go in front of the candlestick. So I now have a similar arrangement of orange dispersed, making the circle.
Yeah.
So what I did here is this is a circle. I'm trying to hold my viewer in this canvas. And this circle allows me to do that compositionally. Sometimes you'll hear people say, you have to have 3. No, you have to have balance. You don't have to be in the golden triangle. You don't have to do some weird, crazy painting math. You have to have relationship balance. In fact, if you want to be a better designer, sometimes watch organizers when they have a cluttered desk and they put everything in a tray together to make it feel less cluttered. That action is what you need to be doing in your still lifes. Just making sure part of my leaf is a little brighter. Maybe hits a little bit of sunlight, right?
Wow.
Or a little candlelight.
That's incredible.
We're getting there. Don't worry, we're almost done. And this is the last big one for a minute. So just little ones. Just little ones coming up. Because it has a little more light on it, right?
Yeah.
I used a darker shade to bend the leaf over the edge. To improve these a little bit, I'm going to come here and grab some purple in my round brush. I'm going to get it over into my orange-red mix. So it's still part of the leaves themselves. Using my round brush. I'm going to get a little of my white over into my yellow. And mix it in. So I've just got what I've been using, right, as a light color.
Uh-huh.
Little yellow, little white.
I am so stunned by how great this looks. This has just really, really turned out nice.
Something's buzzing at me, but I don't know what. So all I'm doing is just trying to show little pops of light hitting where I feel like it could hit. That's what I'm looking for.
I think it's a total hit.
Okay. Now, take a round brush in your glaze. And you might need to find some orange again. I think I have like enough orange right there, but we'll see. I'm going to get my glaze. Needs to be pretty orange. Pretty yellow orange. Fairly bright. Glazing medium, round brush. This is a number 12. Round blender by Princeton. Don't leave home without it.
For sure.
You totally can leave home without it, but it is a very helpful brush.
Very useful.
Now I'm going to come around here and I may put some of this back. Do you see the glow now?
Oh, I see glow.
I only have some lemon left, so I'll just get my lemon in here. It's not real critical. The type of intensity is very important to me.
The glow intensity.
Yeah, the glow intensity is super important to me, but
Wow, it's a good glow.
now I'm going to wipe off this brush a lot. Soften some of this out so it's not so garish right there. I am going to take this and a little of my yellow that I have left. Sometimes I'll hit it with a little bit of red down there, just so that the glow is just, what? So glowy. All right. I need to see it overhead. Is that too bright? Nope, that's perfect. So if it's a surface that can reflect on any level, there's generally a double reflection. If it's by glass, curtains, like those things, that's why you'll see a reflection often up there. Now we've got some final works to do. Your round brush and a little bit of white paint. Hopefully you've got some that's still good. Mine's skinned. I want it to be white, but not perfectly white.
Right.
I could also do zinc.
Just adding some pumpkin highlights.
Oh, highlights all around. That's what we're missing. I often hit those at the very last.
You need that last.
Yeah, I often hit those at the very, very, very last,
I
just
can
because
see.
it's just the last chance that we get.
Yep.
I just rinsed out my brush. I just want to kind of fade that highlight and clean it up. I can grab a dark color if I need to make sure that there's a separation between the candle in that moment there. See what I'm doing? Grab a little bit of orange, maybe some glaze. Glaze a little orange there. No. I'm going to take a little bit of my orange. With some purple in it, and I'm going to add some glazing medium. Just make sure this got a bit of a kind of shading to it. So see how this pumpkin interrupted the light of that pumpkin, and that's what I had to create. And my glaze is just a nice way to get that without too much difficulty. And then I'm going to take my ultramarine blue and my black.
Wow, congratulations, Chimofer. That's cool. I don't know what that is.
Wow, Jennifer B. That is amazing.
I'm not sure what that is, but that's cool. That
is aid for school, and it's hard to get, especially in certain spaces.
It's hard to get anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, just, you know what? I'm going to be real honest. Not that any of us get to say where the money that we pay for our citizens' privileges, wherever we live, goes, right? Like, we all have different governments, we all have different situations, and most of us are so unempowered to make a difference. It's like, I've had to really question, like, how upset can I be, like, past the actions I can take? Because I just, in this situation, as unempowered as I would be for a meteor coming towards the planet, sometimes we're unempowered to the world, right?
So we don't want to talk about the meteors coming towards the planet.
No, not at all, right? Okay. But you wouldn't be empowered to fix that.
That NASA is.
What?
NASA is. They got that whole DART mission. They got a whole plan. They're like, no.
But I would be perfectly fine if I had, I don't know. This is me. I'm not in charge of anything. Don't worry. No one has asked me. Nobody from the appropriations community has said, what do you think we should do? What do you think? Where do you think we should do the budget this year? No one has asked me, and I'm not that good at my home budget, so it's probably good they didn't. They should ask.
You lost your mic again.
Huh?
Your mic fell off again.
It was pulling it off my ear.
Oh, sorry. We'll see what addresses
I don't know what that is, but I mean, it has pulled it off my ear. Like, I'm gonna leave this so you can feel it at the end. It will trip you out.
Oh no, I believe you.
So, like, I mean, what can you do past that? But if I was up to it, if I was to say it, of course I'd be like, pay for your education. And I'd rather we all just went to school and trained in what we love to do and, I don't know, lived in Star Trek world. But again, not in charge, so. But it can be very hard to get help with school, and I'm glad that you got it. I celebrate you. No, I see how I'm just building up the layer. And what it is I'm looking. See how they were floating, and now they're not floating. They were floating, but now they are not floating. My pumpkins sit. My flowers sit. Now I got to make my leaves sit, and then everything will have sat.
They are then grounded. Yeah?
They
are then grounded to the table.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing is we're putting these leaves on the table. And I'm doing here is just controlling the amount of pigment that is on my brush. And the glazing medium prevents it from drying out on me so quickly so I can smudge it around. I mean, we are like at the last touch. And then I'm going to have a little break. And then tomorrow I'm going to make a bunch of kids content. So thank you for everybody who helped today. Stuff is coming. And I'll start making some shorts that cover some of these in, so you don't have to watch a 5-hour painting to get those tips. But that is your patronage of a 5-hour painting, is you get some crazy good tips.
Yeah.
So you see what I'm doing here? I'm increasing the shadowing in that flower, and what did it do?
It made it have depth.
I mean, it had depth. And then if I go and I just push a little bit of my light color, so say I take my light color and I just go, what happened now? Oh no, it's like those petals have hit some light, isn't it? But the flower, what I'm trying to do is make sure my flower appears crumpled.
Man, it's so dimensional.
All right, I don't have another brush stroke in me, so I'm going to sign it. I'm not saying you couldn't do more.
You could do more if you wanted.
You could do more. I could do more. We could all do more. I don't know why I thought I should teach a painting this big on the channel. It was crazy.
This is fun.
It was fun. And, and I showed you how to freehand it in, and you can use the traceable if you want exact. It's just, you don't even have to worry about it wherever you're at.
I must say thank you to everybody today for being with us, for joining us, commenting,
I'm going to be so
subscribing.
good to your kids.
All the support, for all the patron support, guys. We're working on a new kids show. The patron support really, really helps us do this.
But also you guys showing up and sharing the channel helps us do this.
Yeah.
Wishing that we get virals helps it. Like, it all helps.
All helps.
It's all a big deal.
And
at whatever level, if it's your time, attention, and your share and your shout out, that helps. If you come in and you can be part of the Zoom class, that helps. If you can do these wonderful gratuities during the paintings, that helps. And it's a big deal right now, and thank you. You made it possible for us to do.
Absolutely.
This was a big project. But everything's super silly and easy between now and for a little while. I'm going to give you all a break creatively. Once you can catch up on your big projects, but still participate in snowmen and little trees and adorable chickens and little happy bees. So I'm going to keep putting those easy ones up so the big ones don't. And come watch them. You never know. You might feel like my pumpkins are way fatter and more.
Your pumpkins are so awesome.
I'm good. Monday. I'm going to find out the exact time since I have all of you here. Please be here. Listen to what I have to say. If you have kids and you want to see it.
Yes.
I'm going to go to my page and I'm going to tell you, switch. This is what I'm doing. I'm going to my page.
Go.
I'm going. It's so slow for me to get to my page. I'm already 6 clicks in. I don't know what Facebook is thinking for me to switch accounts, but okay. Okay. All right. I'll go to my informational post. So there's an informational post.
The Zoom classes are for our patrons, where we get together and do a Zoom class with the patrons so that they can chat with Cinnamon. It's something new we're trying out. So if you wanted to go over and check out information about that, you can find out what's going on. We're trying all sorts of new things to help, get you guys more into it. We want to be able to interact. I've got some new technology.
The thumbnail with my face.
So
Did I not make this event yet? Because if I didn't.
If you didn't make the event yet, then you'll be making
the show. Then I'll be making the event, and then I'll say whatever I'm going to say, and then I'll just do that on the event. But no, it's here. Okay, Sherpa Kids. It's a recurring event. Okay. So this is what it is. 12 p.m. It's a little earlier. Why did I do the show at 12? To make sure that as many people could be there. If it's too early for the kids or it's not working for you West Coast moms, just let me know. But pretty soon we got to create a set time. I was going to do one, but I looked at the analytics and I was like, oh, younger people need it kind of earlier. If we're going to make it possible for East Coast, to make it West Coast and East Coast possible for kids that were home. So that's where that is. And that is going to be at noon every Monday, unless you guys tell me noon sucks, and then we'll change it.
Okay.
And then the Zoom class, if you're at a $15 level of patron or up, or if you've come to an art retreat, because I'm inviting the art retreat guests. I'm going to put it in the group for the art retreat because you guys have painted with me before. And new people coming in, painting with me in person where I can talk to them and they can show me stuff. And I'm not just stuck on the screen on pause and rewind.
Right.
They will panic. So you being there, being all casual with me and knowing you could ask me questions, all that stuff, that's going to help me. So we're going to invite, and also they went to a retreat. So that's a mega patron. That's a mega patron. Mega patron ultimate form. No, but so if you're 15 or above, then we've got that. And if it becomes super wildly popular or whatever, and stuff, and we may do a free event one time, but it may have limited seats. I will probably at some point do a free event to show you all so you can find out if it's worth your time. Is that okay to tell them all that? Okay. I don't know if it's okay to tell you guys all that. We're kind of doing a soft launch of a bunch of things, and that's why. So Monday, noon, Facebook for sure, kids, and it's recorded, and I'm uploading it. So it's on the website. Last week's episode was terrible, but it's on the website. It's got a great resource. Next week's episode will be amazing, and I will also put it on the website. If we can get to a place where we can dual cast, where we can get the equipment to dual cast, again, we're going to cast to YouTube if that works. We'll try to expand that to Twitch maybe. That's our goal, coming soon. But right now, Facebook. And there's a group. So if your kids do art, they can come, you can share it in the group and you can show them everyone being nice, because nobody should have their art scribbled over on Roblox. What? And if you're on Roblox, and I'm going to be that influencer, especially if it gets big on YouTube, I'm like, don't scribble over people's art. If you're in Roblox using these tools, because it's fun to be challenged with the crazy tools like painting on Painter OS, wonderful, but you shouldn't scribble over the people's art. And I hated to see that happening to Luna, and I don't want to ever see that happening to your little brushes. So we're going to have a space where they can be celebrated for being the incredible, ingenious creatives that they are. If you need some one-on-one help and you can't afford retreats, you can't do that, consider the Zoom class. I am not offended when people sign up for a month and cancel. And to that end, for easy sign up and cancel, you can do it here on YouTube, you can do it on Patreon, or you can do it on our website. So whatever you feel most comfortable with is fine with me. So all that's 3 places you pick. And you don't have to sign up for more than one place. You be one place. You find your happy place and you be there. And we won't move you or mess with you. Okay. Oh, I should have done an announcement video. Be good to yourselves. Be good to each other and your little brushes too. And I want to see all of you and your faces and your little brushes in person really soon.